Chapter 908. When the captain shouted retreat, the light infantry quickly retreated as if relieved of a heavy burden, reaching the rear through the gaps in the phalanx. At this time, they still had about 700 people, and almost all of them were more or less injured. When the 8th Legion was 50 meters away from the Carthage army, they slowed down and quickly changed their chessboard formation into a tight phalanx. The Balearic stone throwers and Lusitanian harpooneers also took the opportunity to withdraw from the narrow space between the two armies. They had suffered nearly 200 casualties and had a slight upper hand. When the soldiers of the 8th Legion saw the enemy light infantry retreat, they slowed down and drew their javelins at the same time, getting ready. At this time, the Phoenician and Numidian infantry on the opposite side, under the orders of the team officers, suddenly began to move forward, ready to charge at the 8th Legion. This action of the Phoenician infantry disrupted the offensive rhythm of the 8th Legion. After throwing the first round of javelins, the soldiers had no choice but to charge and fight the enemy. Compared to the frenzied advance of the right flank, the middle and left flank of the Ionia coalition army were still advancing slowly, while the middle and right flank of the Carthage army were still motionless and even in formation. Compared to the well-trained Phoenician infantry, both the Iberian infantry and the Lusitanian warriors seemed a little slow. Fortunately, Hasdrubal was in the right flank. Under his loud shouts and commands, the Iberians and Lusitanians on the right flank could not wait to advance after getting into formation. This was especially true for the Lusitanians on the far right. They were running very fast. At this time, the two sides were 100 meters apart. The left flank of the coalition army was still advancing at a steady pace, but through the narrow eye holes of the Corinth helmet, the Commonlina soldiers found that the enemy had rushed up to them in the blink of an eye. Only then did the team officers hurriedly give the order to charge. But before they could fully accelerate, the Lusitanian warriors crashed into them. The powerful force passed through the round shields to their bodies. If not for the thick formation behind them as support, the Commonlina soldiers at the front would have been knocked away. But even so, they were knocked to the ground and lost their best defensive posture. Of course, the Lusitanian warrior would not let go of this great opportunity. The sharp Fakata dagger in his hand stabbed forward fiercely. The Commonlina soldiers screamed and fell one after another, and the soldiers who had defended against this attack were still fearful of the tall, burly, and fierce-looking enemies in front of them. When the two sides in the middle finally approached each other, the battle between the Ionia coalition army and Carthage's army had entered a full-scale battle. The battle formation of the two sides was completely diagonal, with the army in the north facing the west and the army in the south facing the east. The battle line, which was more than 3 miles long, was shrouded by the dust stirred up by the soldiers of both sides. Shouts, sounds of fighting, and screams could be heard everywhere. In such a vast and noisy battlefield, Leotizides could not even catch a glimpse of the situation. The only thing he could rely on was the scouts at the rear of the formation. They would report the situation of the battle to Leotizides, who was at the rear of the middle from time to time. Are the soldiers advancing or retreating? Are there more casualties on our side or on the other side? The first problem was easily observable, while the second problem required the scouts' own judgment. Mukalu would record the information reported by the scouts on a wooden board he carried with him to judge the outcome of the battle. "Lord Commander, look!" Mukalu raised the wooden board to Leotychides' eyes with a serious expression. "This is the situation at the beginning of the battle. This is the situation now. Our left flank has retreated a lot, the middle has retreated a little, and our right flank of the 8th Legion has not advanced much." Leotychides stared at the wooden board full of data. In fact, he had heard the reports of the scouts and had a rough idea of the situation, but the drawing on the wooden board was more intuitive and clear. Leotychides' already cold face became even more gloomy. At the beginning of the battle, he was quite relaxed because his initial plan had been realized. Carthage's men had indeed followed the formation that he had set up, and both sides were facing off against each other with heavy infantry. He thought that with the Greek heavy infantry's superior defensive capabilities, they would be able to maintain a stalemate for a long time, and thus consume more of the enemy's stamina, which would be beneficial to the next step of his plan. What he did not expect was that after only half an hour of battle, the left flank was at a disadvantage. He felt that he had taken Carthage's army very seriously, but the enemy's performance was still beyond his expectations. Let the cavalry attack. He thought for a while and gave the order. Mukalu was slightly surprised. He knew that the original plan was not like this, but to wait until both sides had fought for a long time and were a little tired. Moreover, the 8th Legion on the right flank still had a clear upper hand, and the 4th Cavalry Regiment's attack was the final step that would decide the outcome of the battle. But now it was used prematurely. Of course, Mukalu did not dissuade them. He knew that the situation was slightly disadvantageous to the Allied forces. Wait a minute. Leotychides hesitated for a while, and then said decisively again, let the Light Armor Brigade and the Light Infantry Brigade follow the cavalry and attack the flanks of Carthage's left flank together. Mukalu was stunned. This time he could not help but remind the commander, Commander, the Light Armor Brigade is our only reserve force. The Carthage's men have stone throwers, and they are a great threat to the cavalry. Leotychides said calmly, the reserve force is used at the crucial moment, and now is the crucial moment. Mukalu did not say anything else. When he sent the messengers to inform the 3 troops, he felt a little uneasy. After all, Leotychides had bet all his chips on the left flank of Carthage's army, and from then on he had lost the ability to interfere with the overall situation of the battle. The 4th Cavalry Regiment and their allies, who had been waiting for half an hour at the rear of the right flank, could not wait any longer. Therefore, when they received the order to attack, the regiment commander took the lead, and the other cavalrymen followed closely behind. The 1,000 cavalrymen of the 4th Cavalry Regiment formed a long column of 4 horses, followed by 300 of their allies. The 4th Cavalry Regiment of Daionia was the weakest of the 4 major cavalry regiments in the kingdom. In the territory of Greece, Brudi, Messapi, and Pacheti were considered races that were good at raising horses and had the ability to provide cavalry. However, the territory of Sicily did not have such conditions. Moreover, raising a war horse was different from an ordinary horse. Not only did it need a lot of fodder, but it also needed a lot of beams to ensure that it had enough strength to carry the cavalry. At the same time, frequently riding a war horse, whether it was in battle or during training, it was extremely easy for a horse to get injured. Therefore, usually a family of cavalrymen would raise at least 2 horses to meet the basic needs of training and battle. Obviously, raising a war horse was a huge burden even for the wealthy citizens of Daionia and those who specialized in raising and selling horses. There was no tradition of raising horses in the territory of Sicily. Moreover, most of the people in the territory were refugees who had been persecuted by Syracuse many times. There were not many rich people, so when the 4th Cavalry Regiment was first established, there were very few citizens who signed up. After years of development, the lives of the people in the territory of Sicily had greatly improved. In addition, the kingdom's Senate had passed many preferential bills for the citizens who became cavalrymen. For example, the families of cavalrymen did not have to pay land tax, and every month the Ministry of Military Affairs would give a certain amount of subsidies to each cavalryman. It could be said that the cavalry was the only army in Daionia that had a fixed salary. Under the stimulation of these favorable factors, the 4th Cavalry Regiment only had a little more than 1,000 people, far from being full. All these years, the 4th Cavalry Regiment had been living in the barracks and had not experienced any war. Since the beginning of this war, they had only played a supporting role and had not made any significant contributions. The cavalrymen were eager to prove themselves, so they bypassed the right flank of the enemy's formation and drew a long arc a few hundred meters behind the enemy's left flank. Under the influence of the extremely excited soldiers around him, Acidames deliberately ignored Leotychides' warning. Instead of waiting for the arrival of the Light Armor Brigade and the Light Infantry Brigade, he decided to launch a tentative attack first. After receiving the order to attack, the cavalrymen began to move their horses at a slow pace. However, before they could pick up their pace, they were attacked by the Balearic stone throwers. Even from a few hundred meters away, the Balearic stone throwers were still quite accurate. Moreover, they deliberately focused on the horses. Compared to the cavalrymen in leather helmets and armor, the war horse was a sensitive animal. As soon as it was hit by a lead pellet, it immediately neighed and jumped, abandoning the soldiers riding on it and running in all directions in a panic. In an instant, the sound of horses neighing could be heard everywhere. The cavalrymen who fell to the ground hurriedly chased after their war horses. The scene was chaotic and the attack was forced to stop. After a rough calculation, Acidames found that he had lost more than 90 cavalrymen, which amounted to 1/10 of the total number of cavalrymen in the regiment. He could not help but feel a great pain in his heart. He no longer dared to act rashly, and instead waited for the arrival of reinforcements. More than 10 minutes later, the 2 brigades arrived. While they were waiting, the cavalrymen did not slack off. Acidames sent out a small team of cavalrymen to investigate. After paying a price of some casualties, they returned with the general situation of Carthage's left flank. The enemy's stone throwers were arranged in a loose linear formation 100 meters away from the enemy's formation, facing the 4th Cavalry Regiment. In front of them were hundreds of javelin throwers and hundreds of light infantry guards. As most of the Celts were bare-chested and did not wear armor, the Daionia cavalry thought that they were light infantry. Chapter 909. Thus, when the 2 brigades arrived, Acidames took out the battle plan that he had already thought of. After discussing and perfecting it with the 2 captains, they began to execute the plan. The light armor battalion was at the front, and the light infantry battalion was behind them after distancing themselves from them. As for the cavalry, they stayed where they were, waiting for the 2 battalions to entangle the enemy. Then, they would circle around the enemy's flank and attack. The soldiers of the 8th Legion's Light Armor Brigade raised their leather shields diagonally above their heads to defend against the enemy's flying stones. They charged at the enemy with a wide front. The Light Armor Brigade, which was mostly made up of cycles who had become citizens of Daionia, advanced quickly. The Balearic catapults had just thrown 2 rounds of large lead pellets when the Light Armor Brigade, which had suffered light casualties, had already reached the enemy. Most of the Lusitanian harpooneers did not seize this opportunity to throw the javelins in their hands. Because this kind of heavy hooked javelin was not easy to make, each of them only carried 3 javelins, which had been used up in the previous battle with the light infantry. They only had 1 left in their hands, and they wanted to use it as a weapon to deal with the next battle. The Lusitanian harpooneers did not move, but the Celtic warriors could not hold themselves back. They roared in anger, holding wooden shields in their left hands and great swords in their right as they swarmed forward. When the Daionia harpooneers saw a group of fierce-looking, half-naked men with unkempt hair charging towards them, they could not help but feel apprehensive. They ran like horses, roared like thunder, and raised their great swords high in the air. According to the training of the Light Armor Brigade, they should take the initiative to approach the enemy and unleash the power of their short swords. However, many of the Light Armor Brigade were intimidated by the enemy's aura and hesitated, not daring to approach them. In the blink of an eye, the Celtic warriors arrived in front of them, their great swords whistling through the air as they slashed down. The Light Armor Brigade raised their leather shields to block. Bang! It was as if a large rock had smashed into their shields. Their entire left arm felt a jolt of pain, and the numbness made it impossible for them to muster any strength. They could only use their shields to block and retreat. Some of the Celtic warriors' great swords even slashed into the leather shields, almost injuring the arms of the Light Armor Brigade. One could imagine the shock in the hearts of the light armor soldiers. They could not help but retreat. The Celtic warriors relied on their height and long legs, and they were like maggots attached to bones. The great swords in their hands chased and slashed continuously, breaking the leather shields of some of the lightly armored soldiers. Some of the lightly armored soldiers were even injured. As the great swords used by the Celtic warriors were extremely powerful, the wounds they caused were extremely terrifying. The injured soldiers lay on the ground and wailed in pain, which affected the morale of the lightly armored soldiers. If it were not for the strict military laws of Dionia, some of the soldiers would have already fled. The light armor captain was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, complaining about the scouts' mistake. How are these light infantry? They're even scarier than heavy infantry. He racked his brains for a countermeasure. Disperse. Start running. Lure the enemy away. The role of Dionia's light armored soldiers was never to fight in formation, but to use their light footwork to attack the enemy's weakness and chase after the defeated soldiers. Therefore, speed training was the focus of military training, and armed long-distance running was one of the most common events. Just as the officer began to relay the order, the lightly armored soldiers, who were barely holding on under the pressure of the Celtic warriors, immediately turned around and ran. However, they did not expect the Celtic warriors to be as strong as them. Even though the great swords and wooden shields in their hands were heavier than theirs, their running ability was not any weaker than theirs. Even when they ran at full speed, they could not pull apart the distance between them. Of course, the lightly armored soldiers who were still in shock did not know that these Celtic warriors lived in the mountains of northern Liberia. They mainly hunted and looted for a living. Long periods of chasing prey in the mountains had given them great stamina. However, the combative and easily angered Celtic warriors obviously did not have a sense of the bigger picture. Most of the warriors were in a hurry to chase after the Dionia light armored soldiers, forgetting the mission they were supposed to carry out. The Balearic stone throwers had lost their protection, and the 8th Legion's light infantry brigade was already in front of them. The battle between the stone throwers and light infantry began once again, but this time the distance between the two parties was much closer. Some of the Dionia javelin throwers saw that the Balearic stone throwers only had a dagger with them, so they simply held their javelins and braved the rain of stones to rush forward and engage in close combat. Fortunately, there were still nearly 300 Lusitanian javelin throwers mixed in with the Balearic stone throwers. They rushed out in time and used their javelins as spears. The Lusitanians were obviously much stronger. Relying on their height and strength, they had the upper hand in the battle. For the Balearic stone throwers, their advantage was not only in long-range attacks, but also in close-range, accurate throws. On the battlefield where both parties were fighting, the Balearic stone throwers split up and searched for their own targets. They used large lead pellets to throw at the Dionia archers and javelin throwers, who were only 30 to 40 meters away, increasing their lethality by several times. Therefore, when Asidames, the commander of the 4th Cavalry Legion, saw that the light armored soldiers were being chased by the foreign warriors and that the light infantry were at a disadvantage, with soldiers falling one after another, he became very anxious. He immediately urged the cavalry to speed up, and while the attention of the Balearic stone throwers was distracted by the light infantry brigade, they circled behind them and defeated them. The Carthage left a few hundred foreign warriors at the back to protect their Balearic stone throwers. Our light infantry brigade was actually forced to retreat. When the adjutant, Mukru, heard the news from the scout, he could not help but feel shocked. He quickly looked at Leotychides and said, "Lord Commander, the Carthage have actually learned to use reserve troops. Now that the Camalinas are obviously unable to hold on, what should we do?" Leotychides did not seem to hear it. He sat on his horse like a statue, but his eyes were fixed on his right front. That was the 8th Legion that he had high hopes for. However, the surging black tide had encountered a reef, causing the speed of their advance to slow down. It was very likely that the 8th Legion had suffered a lot of casualties after the Battle of Minoa, and they had to replenish a lot of reserve troops, causing their combat effectiveness to drop. Of course, this also showed that the mixed Phoenician and Namibian infantry that they were facing was not a weak army. It was all because of the weak performance of the Carthage army in the Battle of Minoa that caused him to subconsciously misjudge the combat effectiveness of the Carthage army this time, at such a critical juncture. Leotychides could not help but search for various reasons that caused his misjudgment. Ever since he had participated in battles as an adult, including the battles in Sparta, he had not experienced defeat so far, so it was inevitable that he would lose his composure. He gripped the reins tightly with both hands and suddenly turned around and shouted, "Get me a long shield and a spear!" The guard behind him immediately handed him his own. He reached out and took it, jumped off the horse and waved it a few times. Then he raised his spear and shouted, "Soldiers, follow me to kill the enemy!" According to the military law of Dionia, the commander of the legion had 50 guards and the regional commander had 100 guards. As the commander, Leotychides should have 100 guards, but in fact he only had 1 legion. In order to let his soldiers participate in the battle as much as possible, he did not increase the size of his guards. These 50 guards immediately responded to Leotychides' call. He raised his shield and spear and led the way forward. With every step he took, his body became more familiar with the shield and spear. That's right, he was not just a general, he was also an excellent warrior. He was the only one in the Sparta royal family who had participated in the cruel Agog training since he was young. He was also the one who amazed the senior squad officers of Dionia with his excellent skills during the new recruit training camp of Dionia. Just as his blood began to boil, a war horse rushed out from the side and blocked his way. Macru shouted from the horse, "Lord Persosus, you are the commander. Please stay in your post and command the army. Don't leave without permission." Leotychides looked at him coldly. "I can no longer command the army. The only thing I can do now is to join the battle and increase our chances of victory. Don't waste my time. Get out of my way." "Lord Persosus." Macru did not move, but his tone was firm. It's written clearly on the first page of the military law of Dionia. A leader cannot be arrogant because of victory, cannot be discouraged because of failure, cannot be blinded by anger, cannot be weakened by sorrow. Eliminate all external interference like a god, and calmly analyze the situation of the battle. This is the quality that a great general must have. "Lord Persosus, you are the commander of the kingdom of Sicily. Your responsibility is to protect the entire territory of Sicily. You should not be too concerned about losing 1 or 2 battles. If you abandon your duty if the battle really fails, who will command our soldiers to retreat safely? Who will minimize the casualties of our soldiers? If the 8th Legion suffers heavy losses, will we still have the strength to defend Sicily?" Macru's words were like the morning bell, causing Leotychides to be stunned on the spot, his expression uncertain. After a while, he silently returned the shield and spear to the guard, then flipped over the horse and shook the reins. Under his control, the war horse began to trot to the right. "Lord, you are going to—" Macru was shocked, thinking that his advice did not work. "I am going to the right flank to supervise the battle. The outcome of the battle is still uncertain until the last moment," Leotychides said with a cold face as he rode the war horse to the north. Macru relaxed a little and urged his horse to catch up. Chapter 9:10. The company captain Diocassus's 4 squads were stacked in front and behind, forming a section of the right-wing formation that was about 26 or 27 meters long. Located in the center, he had been paying close attention to the battle of the soldiers at the front. Compared to the battle in Minoa, the level of danger was far less. The enemy on the other side did not look tall or strong, and their attacks were not fierce. The impact of the formation was not very strong, and the pressure on the soldiers was not too great. But after a long period of close observation, Diocassus knew that the soldiers under his command had encountered a strong enemy. First of all, the enemy on the other side had a strong defense. They were very good at using shields for defense and cooperated well with each other. Second, they were very experienced in dealing with the soldiers' dagger attacks. So the close-range dagger fight that the Legion of Dionysia's infantry was proud of was not very effective. Third, they were experienced in combat and had a good grasp of the rhythm of the attack. They did not easily wave the spears in their hands, but first focused on using long shields to defend against the soldiers' fierce attacks and used appropriate retreat to cushion the impact. When the enemy's momentum slowed down, they would immediately counterattack with their spears, forcing the enemy to retreat or even stab them. Therefore, the company commanded by Diocassus had always been in a state of advancing 3 steps and retreating 2 steps. Their progress was slow. Of course, he would not know that the reason why the Maganid family recruited the Phoenician and Namibian refugees was that they were cheap to hire and could endure hardships. Moreover, they did not belong to any city-state or tribe, so it was easy to cultivate loyalty. After undergoing rigorous training, the Phano infantry had indeed become the main force of the Maganid family's campaign on the Iberian Peninsula. Because the enemies they faced for more than a decade were fierce indigenous people, the Phano soldiers, who did not have the advantage in strength and speed, relied on tenacious defense and tacit cooperation to wear down the enemy in a protracted confrontation, or to tie down the enemy's main force. Then the swift Namibian cavalry or Mauritanian cavalry would circle around the enemy's rear to attack, and finally defeat the enemy in one fell swoop. This had become a common tactic used by generals such as Mago and Hasdrubal to deal with the Iberian indigenous people. Since the Iberian natives mostly used fakata daggers, the Pharo infantry naturally had a lot of experience in dealing with dagger attacks. As the high-ranking officer of the legion, Diocassus was anxious. Before the battle, Leotychides had already briefly explained his intentions to them. The 8th Legion was the key to victory for Dionysia's allied forces in this battle. However, when Diocassus looked at the soldiers who were fighting hard in front of him, he guessed that the situation of the other companies would be the same. Since the beginning of the battle, not only had the 8th Legion not opened the door to victory, but they had also fallen into a fierce battle. It was likely that they would not be able to see the light of victory in a short period of time. Just as Diocassus was lost in his thoughts, a familiar shout came from behind him. "Warriors of the 8th Legion, I am your legion commander. I order you to intensify your attacks, defeat the enemies in front of you, and win glory and rewards for yourselves. Warriors of the 8th Legion." This was indeed the voice of the legion commander Prososus. Diocassus was surprised at first, but then he felt uneasy. In his impression, Prososus's personality was relatively cold and lacked passion. Whether it was during training or in previous battles, he had never loudly encouraged the soldiers. But this time he had suddenly changed his attitude. Could it be that the entire battle situation was disadvantageous to us? Some of the officers who were as sensitive as Diocassus also felt the same uneasiness. However, when the majority of the ordinary soldiers of the 8th Legion heard the voice of the legion commander who had been with them for 10 years, who had strict requirements for them, but had brought them victory and glory, they were all excited and their morale was raised once again. His shouts were met with roars like a tidal wave. "Hades! Hades! Fight! Fight!" While the soldiers of the 8th Legion were encouraged by Leotychides to intensify their attacks behind Carthage's left flank, the Daionia cavalry was rushing towards the Balearic stonecutters from both sides. Although the Balearic stonecutters were engaged in long-range attacks with the Daionia light infantry, they were constantly on guard against the Daionia cavalry. Therefore, when they noticed that the enemy cavalry was moving towards them, they immediately ignored the light infantry in front of them and concentrated on dealing with the cavalry. At this time, there were still more than 1,000 stonecutters. They were divided into 2 groups, and dense lead pellets flew towards the charging cavalry in a futile attempt to shoot them down. For a moment, the sound of horses neighing and men screaming could be heard. Cavalrymen kept rolling on the ground. However, since the 4th Cavalry Legion had already launched their attack, it was impossible for them to stop. Otherwise, it would bring about greater losses. They roared and rode on their war horses. They swept past their comrades who were wailing on the ground and charged towards the enemy who was still swinging their catapults. Infected by the courage of the 4th Cavalry Legion, the Allied cavalry followed closely behind. Looking at the enemy cavalry that appeared from the dust cloud and charged towards them with a threatening momentum, the Balearic stonecutters finally panicked and began to retreat. The Daionia cavalry rushed to the front and used their spears and horses to completely disperse the stonecutters. Then they purposely drove the stonecutters to flee towards Carthage's battle formation. Hundreds of routed soldiers were forced to charge at the rear of Carthage's left flank, which was in the midst of a battle. The Philo infantry at the rear had no choice but to turn around and kill these routed soldiers to prevent them from disrupting the battle formation. At the same time, they had to carefully deal with the javelins thrown by the Daionia cavalry. This inevitably distracted them from facing the 8th Legion's attack head-on. At this time, the soldiers of the 8th Legion were doing their best to launch a new wave of attacks under the encouragement of Leotychides. Originally, the Philo infantry were not afraid of this. Instead, they were secretly delighted because the enemy had exhausted their remaining strength too early. It was their turn to counterattack. But now, they were somewhat unable to resist and had no choice but to retreat. On the right flank of Carthage's army, it was the Daionia coalition army that was retreating. The number of soldiers in Carthage's army was greater than that of the Daionia coalition army, and their formation was the same length as the opponent's. This meant that the formation of Carthage's army on the right flank was even thicker than the opponent's. The soldiers of the Daionia coalition army were weaker than the Lusitanian soldiers in terms of individual combat strength. They were also inferior to the opponent in terms of overall strength. Therefore, after more than an hour of fierce battle, the advantage that the Lusitanian soldiers had at the beginning of the battle had become extremely obvious. Although the attacks of the Lusitanian soldiers were much weaker than at the beginning, the resistance and counterattack of the Commonlina and Gela soldiers were much weaker. From time to time, the screams of their comrades falling increased the panic in their hearts. Therefore, the left flank of the Daionia coalition army kept retreating under the pressure of the Lusitanians' attack. During the retreat, the originally dense formation became more and more sparse. The Lusitanian soldiers took the opportunity to squeeze into these gaps and attack the enemy from the side. They kept widening the gap, and the flames of war spread to the rear of the Commonlina and Gela formation. Finally, fear overwhelmed their will to fight. Some of the Commonlina soldiers at the back of the formation began to turn and run. Their escape immediately affected the morale of their comrades, who were similarly shaken. Everyone followed suit and ran. Defeat was inevitable. The left flank began to retreat. Although Leotychides was mentally prepared, he was still a little absent-minded when he heard the news. After a moment, he pulled himself together and looked forward. In order to better understand the situation of the battle, he was now at the rear of the formation of the 8th Legion. Riding on his horse, he could even see the faces of the enemies fighting with the soldiers. Although the enemies were retreating with large strides due to his supervision and the attacks of the 4th Cavalry Regiment that he sent out from the rear, they did not show any excessive panic on their faces. The 8th Legion's thin formation could not seize this opportunity to push forward and carry out a more effective breakthrough. Therefore, judging from the current situation of the battle, the stalemate on the right flank would continue for some time, and what the 8th Legion lacked now was time. Having stayed in Sparta for more than 20 years, he knew very well that once the traditional Greek heavy infantry soldiers on the left flank started to flee, it would not take long before the entire left flank completely collapsed, and then the middle would be affected. Leotychides made a prompt decision: order the entire army to retreat. Although Leotychides was still expressionless, the volume of his voice revealed the change in his mood. Beside him, Mukaloo had mixed feelings as well. When he repeated the order again, even his voice was a little shaky. Quick! Blow the bugle for retreat. Since the bugle sound for retreat from Daionia was different from that of the Greek city-states. The buglers had to blow it twice. When the bugles sounded, the soldiers of the 8th Legion couldn't believe it. The enemy hadn't retreated yet, and the bugle sounded at this time. Did it mean we lost? Although it was hard to accept, the strict military discipline that they had developed over the years made them obey the order. After the sudden attack, the soldiers quickly turned around and retreated. Order the soldiers to retreat faster. Enter the city from the north and east gates of Gela. Leotyzides continued to give the order. He did not lose his mind because of the failure. He knew very well that once the Allied forces were completely defeated, most of the panicked soldiers would instinctively rush to the west gate of Gela, which was the closest to them. This would inevitably cause congestion, and they would become easy targets for the enemies to kill. Although the north gate was far away, it would allow the soldiers to enter the city faster because the road was clear. Most of the soldiers of the 8th Legion were on the right flank, which was closer to the north gate than the middle and left flank. Chapter 9:11. Yes, sir. Mukaloo ordered his messengers to run around and yell at the retreating legions. Leotyzides, on the other hand, was already running towards the north gate with his guards. He needed to get back to the city first and make the best arrangements with the Gela soldiers. He needed to reinforce the retreating legions and prevent the enemy from attacking the city during the chaos. The flag-bearers among the guards held up the legion's flag, which fluttered in the wind. It pointed the way for the retreating soldiers of the 8th Legion. The enemy's defeat seemed to have injected a burst of energy into Hasdrubal's tired body. He followed the Lusitanian soldiers and chased after the fleeing enemies. At this time, the Lusitanians' ability to run was fully displayed, while the heavy armor of the Greek heavy infantry made it easy for the enemy to catch up to them. Hasdrubal led his soldiers in a killing spree, and in the end they were all covered in blood. By the time they reached the city and tried to take the opportunity to enter, javelins and arrows rained down from the top of the city walls, causing them to suffer many casualties. Hasdrubal saw the black helmets and black armor on top of the city walls and did not dare to continue attacking the fleeing soldiers. Instead, he turned around and chased after the fleeing soldiers in other directions. It was not until dusk that Carthage's army returned to camp. In this battle, Dionia's 4th Cavalry Regiment lost half of its cavalry, while the 8th Legion suffered about 1,300 casualties. Among them, more than half of the light armor and light infantry were lost. The Gela soldiers suffered more than 2,000 casualties, and the Kamenlina army suffered the most casualties. Of the 3,000 soldiers who went out to battle, only about 300 managed to escape. The Allied army suffered about 7,000 casualties. On the other hand, Carthage's army suffered more than 2,000 casualties, with the Balearic catapults suffering the most casualties, more than half of them. Due to the retreat of the Dionia Allied army, most of the injured soldiers did not manage to escape. In the Battle of Gela, the Kamenlina and Gela's militia were severely damaged, making the troops that Leotyzides could command even more difficult. More importantly, the news that Carthage's army had defeated the Dionysian army, which had been winning all this time, was like a stone thrown into the seemingly peaceful political situation of Sicily, causing waves in some of the city-states. After the Battle of Gela, despite the Minoans' repeated requests for help, Leotyzides continued to stay in Gela, resting and reorganizing his troops while defending against Carthage's attack. In a situation where the forces under his command were getting smaller and smaller, he was even more unwilling to break them up and station them in different city-states. This would only cause the Carthaginian army to destroy them one by one. Moreover, compared to Minoa, he felt that Gela's strategic position was more important. Of course, he couldn't just sit back and do nothing about Minoa, so he sent messengers with Minoa's messengers to Paxenus to ask for help. On the 4th day after the Battle of Gela, Cypros, the governor of Sicily and Cadanae, received an urgent report from Shelophanes, the head of the kingdom's intelligence department in Sicily. There was a military mobilization in the city of Syracuse, and the motive was unknown. As a precaution, Cypros immediately sent a messenger to inform the 7th Legion, which had been ordered to go to Hina after arriving in Kadani, to quickly return and station at the new barracks near Liatini to prevent any accidents. But an accident still happened. Paxenus promised to rescue Minoans and sent 3,000 reinforcements. Not long after they left the port by ship, they suddenly encountered the fleet of Syracuse. In recent years, the eastern waters of Sicily had been the domain of the Second Fleet of Dionia. The navy of Syracuse, which once dominated Sicily, had long since shrunk into a small fleet of only 30 three-tiered warships and a total of 50 warships. Usually, they only patrolled the waters near their own city-state, but suddenly appeared in the waters near Paxenus and launched an attack on the transport fleet. As the Sicilian fleet of Dionia had been stationed in Serenus all this time, guarding the western waters and concerned about the battle in Serenus, they did not send any warships to escort them. Of course, the people of Paxenus did not make any requests to Kadani. After all, it was far from the battlefield, and the nearby waters had always been very safe. It had a close relationship with Dionia, and its neighbor Syracuse was also in harmony. They believed that the voyage from their city-state to Minoans should be safe. Therefore, the people of Paxenus only sent the only 5 three-tiered warships in their city-state to escort them as a symbolic gesture. In the end, after being ambushed by the Syracuse fleet, although the warships of Paxenus resisted stubbornly, they were outnumbered. Other than 4 transport ships that managed to escape back to the port, the rest were all rammed and sunk. At the same time, Syracuse sent out an army of 12,000 soldiers. It did not march north to attack Tanis, which was very close to it. Instead, it turned south and quickly rushed to Camalina. It announced to the public that it was going to help the people of Camalina defend against the invasion of Carthage's people. After the people of Camalina rejected the request of Syracuse's army to enter the city, the army of Syracuse immediately changed its attitude and surrounded Camalina. They pretended to attack the city while sending messengers into the city, threatening the people of Camalina that Syracuse had formed an alliance with Carthage. If they chose to submit to Syracuse, then they would be safe when Carthage's army arrived. If not, Syracuse would attack the city. After the city was breached, the people in the city would be dealt with by Carthage's people. As Camalina had already sent out most of its citizen soldiers to aid Gela, there were only about 500 Camalina soldiers left in the city who could fight. They were weak and could only helplessly say that they needed time to think about it. The messengers of Syracuse only gave them a day's time. After the messengers returned, not only did Syracuse's army immediately block the road from Camalina to Gela, but Syracuse's warships also blockaded the port. At this time, the victorious Carthage army had already moved their camp to the east and strengthened the siege on Gela. Therefore, Leotychides was busy dealing with Carthage's attack on the city and was completely unaware of the changes in Camalina. After half a day, a Dionia merchant ship that ventured into the port brought news that Syracuse's fleet had attacked the transport fleet of Paxenus and had blockaded the ports of Paxenus and Camalina. When Leotychides heard this, he was shocked. Syracuse had finally joined the battle. The addition of Syracuse had undoubtedly worsened Dionia's predicament in Sicily, especially on the south coast. Not only were the Dionia's allied forces at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, they were also in a dangerous situation of being attacked from 2 sides. Even if Leotychides wanted to reinforce Camalina, he could not do so for now. There was the threat of Carthage's army by land and the obstruction of Syracuse's fleet by sea. Without the escort of the fleet might not even be able to enter Camalina's port before it became food for the fish. Leotychides sent out the Dionia's fast ship that was docked in Gela's port and immediately rushed to inform Sicorian in Serenus. A day later, the bewildered Camalina people saw the black mass of Syracuse soldiers carrying ladders and pushing tall siege equipment towards the city walls. They were terrified. Afraid of the tragic fate that befell Agrigento, the Camalina people finally chose to surrender. More than 10 years had passed. Due to the power of the Kingdom of Dionia and the long-term friendly relations with the Camalina people, there were almost no citizens in Commalina who were pro-Syracuse. This caused the people of Syracuse to temporarily be unable to support a government that was close to them. To prevent a rebellion, they demanded that the Commalina people hand over many of their hostages. At the same time, 3,000 Syracuse soldiers were stationed in the city. To put it nicely, once Carthage's army arrived, they would be able to effectively stop them from destroying Commalina. In addition, the people of Syracuse also requested that the remaining 500 Commalina soldiers be transferred to join the Syracuse army in battle. The Commalina people, who were now meat on someone else's chopping block, finally agreed to these conditions. After the Syracuse army obtained the allegiance of Commalina, they did not lead their army west to rendezvous with Carthage's army that was besieging Gela. Instead, they entered Commalina and left 3,000 soldiers to guard the city. The rest of the soldiers took ships to the coast of Paxenus and disembarked. They immediately surrounded Paxenus and sent messengers into the city, requesting that it submit to Syracuse. The messengers of Syracuse threatened that if Paxenus refused, not only would Syracuse immediately execute the more than 2,000 citizens of Paxenus, after Syracuse's fleet sank the Paxenus military fleet, they did not leave. Instead, they rescued the Paxenus militia that had fallen into the water and captured them. They would then lead their army to attack the city of Paxenus. After the city was breached, all the citizens in the city would be sold to the people of Carthage as slaves. Syracuse's threat frightened the citizens of Paxenus. Their city was surrounded by Syracuse's army, and the port was blocked by Syracuse's warships. The citizens on the city walls looked down at the thousands of their relatives who were tied to the ground with tears in their eyes. The panicked citizens of Paxenus held an emergency meeting and quickly came to an agreement. Paxenus, which had always been a vassal state of Syracuse before the people of Dionia entered Sicily, would once again submit to Syracuse. In a few days, Syracuse had successively incorporated Paxenus and Commalina into its alliance. In the blink of an eye, the entire southeastern corner of Sicily had once again become Syracuse's sphere of influence. The citizens, who had always dreamed of reliving the glory of Syracuse, were all overjoyed. The chief general of Syracuse, Theagenes, who had proposed this plan and forcefully carried it out despite the opposition of his colleagues, was greatly praised by the people, and his reputation soared. However, at the same time, there were also people who expressed dissatisfaction with Theagenes' actions. For example, General Hicktes publicly questioned, "For the sake of obtaining 2 small city-states, Syracuse is taking a huge risk and angering the powerful Dionia. This is very dangerous. Theagenes, don't forget that Carthage is far away in Africa, and we, Syracuse, are right next to Dionia." Chapter 9:12. Theagenes replied confidently, "The war between Dionia and Carthage in Sicily has involved all the cities in Sicily. Can we, Syracuse, be an exception? Of course not. Carthage's army is approaching Gela, and Dionia's army is stationed in Leontini. We must make a choice, or we will be crushed by the power of both sides. However, we will not become true allies with Carthage, who have been our mortal enemy for decades, nor will we challenge Dionia, who have taken away our hegemony. What we need to do is seize every opportunity in this fierce war and regain the glory of Syracuse." That was what Theagenes said and what he did. When Cypros of Catanae sent an envoy to the Syracuse council, he questioned angrily. The Syracuse fleet attacked the fleet of Paxenus and led troops to attack Commalina. This is a provocation to Dionia. You must immediately stop this dangerous act and withdraw from Commalina. At the same time, you must compensate Paxenus and promise not to do anything similar in the future. Otherwise, Dionia will not sit idly by and do nothing." Theagenes replied calmly, "May I ask if Dionia, Paxenus, and Commalina are allies? Of course not. You do not have an alliance with these 2 cities, not even an agreement. But we do, and it is a full-fledged military alliance." As Commalina spoke, he had someone bring over the newly signed alliance agreement and showed it to the envoy of Dionia. He said with a hint of mockery, I am grateful for Dionia's concern about the recent events, but this is an internal matter between us and our allies. We can resolve it ourselves. There is no need for an outsider like you, Dionia, to worry about it." The envoy of Dionia was speechless. After a moment he said with hatred, "Is Syracuse preparing to ally with Carthage?" "How could we, the people of Syracuse, ally with our mortal enemy, the people of Carthage? We just want to protect ourselves on this war-torn island," Theagenes said with a serious look on his face. The messenger of Dionia understood. He said coldly, "So you people of Syracuse want to be crows and eat the corpses of the beasts after the battle. But no matter how much carrion a crow eats, it's still a crow. May the peace and tranquility of Syracuse, which the heroes who resisted Dionysius' tyranny exchanged with their blood a dozen years ago, not be lost in your hands." The conversation between Theagenes and the messenger of Dionia was spread throughout the council. Many people praised their chief general for his toughness and wit in speaking to the messenger of Dionia. A few people were worried about the warning given by the messenger of Dionia. Just as the messenger of Dionia left the city of Syracuse, many people of Syracuse heard the news and came to scold and humiliate him, venting their dissatisfaction with Dionia. Theagenes had expected this. He did not want to openly offend Dionia for the time being, so he specially sent a patrol to escort the messenger. The messenger of Dionia left Syracuse with a swollen face and torn clothes. He saw it as a great humiliation. When Sequirian led the fleet to Gela, Leotychides already knew that Camelina and Paxenus had belonged to Syracuse. This forced him to cancel his original plan. At the same time, the successive changes had shaken his confidence in continuing to defend the south coast. So, as soon as he saw Sequirian, who had just arrived, he said directly, "Camelina and Paxenus have already surrendered to Syracuse. I don't think Minoa will be able to hold out for long. Now, we are at a complete disadvantage, but my army is scattered between Selinus and here, and can't do anything about the overall situation. So, I have decided to withdraw all the troops in the cities of the south coast. If Minoa and the people of Gela are willing to follow us, then we will return to Catania and rendezvous with the 7th Army. We will rebuild our strength and look for opportunities to continue defending against the attacks of the people of Carthage and even Syracuse." Sequirian looked at Leotychides' serious expression and thought about it seriously. He said in a low voice, "We can evacuate the other places, but we must keep Selinus. The troops in other places have all been evacuated. Selinus has become a completely isolated city. How many days can Chalcidius hold out?" Leotychides did not seem to have much confidence in this. Sequirian was very confident. "These days, the people of Carthage have launched several attacks on Selinus, but they were all repelled. Furthermore, our losses in defending the city are not too great. I think Chalcidius has the bearing of a great general. He is not anxious and has a good way of defending the city. Selinus should be able to hold out. Of course, Chalcidius is very capable." Leotychides shook his head lightly. "Unfortunately, he has too few troops. Once we leave, Selinus will become the focus of the people of Carthage's attack. It won't be able to hold out for long." Sequirian said anxiously, "With the help of our navy, how can Chalcidius's troops be few? As long as he holds out for a few more days, after September, when the farmlands of Catania are harvested, I will transport thousands or even tens of thousands of sailors from the naval base who don't have warships there. Although these sailors don't have the ability to fight against Carthage's soldiers head-on, they can still assist in defending the city. Selinus is too important. As long as it is in our hands, our warships and sailors will have a foothold in western Sicily. Our fleet will be able to hunt in the western sea without worry, and the ships of Carthage won't dare to easily transport soldiers and supplies to the south coast. All right, we'll do as you say. Your Sicilian fleet will provide reinforcements to defend Selinus. The other cities and armies will all evacuate from the south coast." While Sicilian was talking excitedly, Leotyzides interrupted him and said, "All right, we'll do as you say." Sequirian was stunned, but he immediately reacted. "Did you already have this plan in mind? Did you want to trick me into helping you defend the city?" Leotychides said expressionlessly, "Now, I'm going to persuade the generals of Gera to leave here and seek refuge in Catania. As for persuading the Minoans, I'll leave it to you, Sir Sequirian. Gera is guarded by the 8th Legion, so there won't be any big problems for the time being. However, the Minoans are in imminent danger, so I hope you can hurry up. I say, Prososus, you're not His Majesty the Devers. What right do you have to assign tasks to me? We should discuss this matter before making a decision." Sequirian loudly expressed his dissatisfaction, but Leotychides had already strode out of the hall. A day later, the fleet full of Minoan civilians sailed eastward along the south coast under the escort of the Dionysian fleet. As they passed through the southeast corner of Sicily, Sequirian was both nervous and excited. He sent out all the speedboats and ordered all the lookouts on the warships to open their eyes wide and carefully observe the abnormalities in the sea. However, to his disappointment, the Syracuse fleet did not appear. The entire fleet arrived at the port of Catania without a hitch. At the same time, the Minoan city was conquered by Pamilca's army, and all the Minoan soldiers who stayed behind were killed in battle. The Gelans also agreed to evacuate to Catania. It was not because Leotychides was persuasive, but because they had the same idea as the Minoans. If they were surrounded by the Syracuse people, the people who were reluctant to leave their homeland might consider surrendering. However, outside the city were the Carthage people and the ferocious-looking natives. The Agrisan people had been brutally slaughtered, and the Gelans did not want to follow in their footsteps. The Sicilian fleet quickly returned to the south coast from the Catania naval base, escorting this large fleet of ships. Not only were the ships carrying food supplies, but there were also 16,000 sailors. He was here to fulfill his promise with Leotyzides. Originally, Sequirian planned to do this after the autumn harvest, but after a conversation with Cyprosus suggested, "After all of you evacuate from the south coast, the garrison of Serenus will inevitably face greater pressure. Since this city is so important, don't delay it any longer. Send the sailors over as soon as possible. You don't have to worry about the harvesting of their farmland. I'll help them solve it." Sequirian accepted Cyprosus' suggestion. The fleet arrived at Serenus without a hitch. First, Sicilian unloaded the food and weapons from the fleet at the pier. Then he stationed 10,000 sailors at the port to manage and defend the port while assisting Chalcidius in defending the city. This was to make up for the lack of defensive power. After a night's rest, he ordered the remaining 6,000 sailors to drive more than 30 Phoenician warships captured during the battle with the East Phoenician fleet from Persia that had been simply repaired. They followed the Sicilian fleet and other fleets to Gela. According to the notice given by the clippers, Leotychides led the soldiers of the 8th Legion, the 4th Cavalry Legion, a large number of Gelans, and the people of Agrisan who had previously fled to Gela. They lined up in an orderly manner and waited at the various ports. So as soon as the fleet docked at the port, everyone quickly boarded the ships. When Carthage's scouts told Hasdrubal that a large fleet had arrived at the port of Gela, he did not realize at first that the entire city of Gela was preparing to retreat. After the victory in the battle, Carthage's army had failed several times to attack the city. Even the day before yesterday, the Daionia soldiers had come out of the city to attack Carthage, which caught Hasdrubal off guard and led to the crushing defeat of Carthage's siege force. This showed that the morale of the garrison in the city was very high. Hasdrubal had to let the defeated soldiers rest for the past 2 days. Chapter 9:13. So, when he heard the news, Hasdrubal's first reaction was, "Oh no, the reinforcements from Daionia are here." When he personally ran to the coast and saw the ships full of people leaving the port, he realized that the Daionia coalition army that he had been fighting with for more than 10 days was actually trying to escape. Hasdrubal immediately rushed back to the camp and gathered his troops. By the time Carthage's army arrived at the city with the siege weapons, more than an hour had passed. More than half of the Daionia fleet had evacuated. Only about 400 citizens of Gela, who volunteered to stay and guard the city so that the others could leave safely, including some elderly who did not want to abandon their homes, fought to the end and successfully ensured the smooth evacuation of more than 30,000 people. On the way back, the Sicilian fleet looked more powerful because there were more than 30 Phoenician warships among them, so the Syracuse fleet was nowhere to be seen. At dusk, the fleet entered the port of Cadanae. Seeing the familiar port and the few people there to welcome them, the soldiers of the 8th Legion were a little disappointed, but they also felt relieved. For the past few months, they had been fighting outside. They had the glory of the Battle of Minoa, the pride of wreaking havoc in Carthage's Sicilian territory, the sympathy for the destruction of the navy by the storm, and the humiliation of being defeated in the Battle of Gela. After all, it was the worsening situation on the battlefield that forced them to come back, which made them feel a little embarrassed to see their families. Leotychides' ship stopped at a specific port. After he got off the ship, he saw Cypros, the wartime governor of Sicily and the governor of Cadanae, coming to welcome him. "Welcome home, Commander Persosus." Cypros smiled and saluted. Leotychides returned the greeting with an indifferent expression and said, "A defeated general, what is there to welcome?" Cypros stared blankly for a moment, then sincerely consoled him. "Lord Prosus, you defeated the Carthaginian army in the Battle of Minoa, defeated the Carthaginian army, captured Serenus, and created chaos in the western part of Sicily controlled by the Carthaginians. You completely disrupted the plans of the Carthaginians and forced them to postpone their attack on Sicily for a few months. Your performance has exceeded His Majesty's expectations, and you have successfully completed the task that he had given you." These words were not said by me, but by His Majesty in his letter. His Majesty wrote a letter. At this time, Leotychides was a little surprised. "Why would I, the governor of Sicily, lie to you?" Cypros joked and took out the letter. Leotychides immediately took the letter and began to read it. In the letter, the Devers did praise Leotychides and his army for their outstanding performance. At the same time, he also reminded them that the Carthage had launched another large-scale attack on Sicily, and that the Daionia coalition was too deep into the enemy's territory. Not only was it not advisable to fight them head-on, but they also had to retreat at the right time to avoid being ambushed by the Carthage's army. In a disadvantageous situation, they could even give up the friendly city-states on the south coast and defend the territory of the kingdom. This letter had almost shockingly predicted the development of the war in Sicily during this period. While Leotychides was shocked by the Devers' superb strategic vision, he also had a lot of complaints. Why didn't this letter come earlier? Oh, it's a letter from His Majesty. While Leotychides was still savoring the memory, the letter in his hand was already taken away by Cypros behind him. When His Majesty wrote this letter, he didn't know that you were still alive and had returned to the fleet. Otherwise, the letter... Cypros explained, "It's better to know later." Cypros replied casually, but the image of Miltias who had died in battle appeared in his mind. He exhaled and quickly looked down at the letter. "Oh, His Majesty also said that they have occupied Rome and obtained a large area of land in Latin. They have also gained the allegiance of most of the Latin city-states. The remnants of Rome's army have retreated to a few small towns. It will only take a month or two to end the war in Latin. After that, he will lead the army south and rush to Sicily to fight the Carthage's army to the death. He hopes that we can defend against the attack of the Carthage army during this period of time and prevent them from destroying the territory of Sicily." Cypros seized the opportunity and said, "In order to complete the task given by His Majesty, we will hold a military meeting later to formulate a new plan to deal with the attack of the Carthage army. I have already informed the commander of the 7th Legion, Beru. He is rushing here from the new barracks." Leotychides' expression changed slightly. "I have no objections. Wait for me." Cypros turned around to look for his subordinates. After the soldiers and civilians disembark, do not wait for me. Immediately return to the naval base in Catania to rest and reorganize. Cypros interrupted him. Lord Cypros, before you let the fleet return to the base, please let them assemble on the shore and take a tour around the city of Catania. Lord Leotychides, the soldiers of the 8th Legion and the 4th Cavalry Legion, please also line up and enter the city. What do you mean? Cypros was a little puzzled. Leotychides also looked at Cypros in confusion. Although the war is far from over, the people of Catania are already waiting in the city, ready to warmly welcome the returning soldiers and sailors to thank them for fighting bravely for the past few months and ensuring the safety of our home. Cypros explained solemnly, although the war is far from over, the people of Catania are already waiting in the city, preparing to warmly welcome the returning soldiers and sailors to thank them for fighting bravely for the past few months and ensuring the safety of our home. Upon hearing this, Cypros and Leotychides looked at each other. Be it the 8th Legion, the 4th Cavalry Legion, or the 2nd Fleet of the Sicilian Fleet, more than half of the soldiers and crew were from Catania. Since the beginning of the war, there had been a lot of casualties, especially for the fleet, which had even lost 2 commanders. So the crew was a little afraid to see the people of Catania, afraid to hear the cries of the people who had lost their loved ones. But Cypros had organized such a simple triumphal return, which was undoubtedly a good opportunity to boost the morale of the soldiers and crew who had been defeated and forced to return home. So Leotychides said coldly, I will gather the soldiers and let them line up into the city, but I will not participate. Me too. Cypros thought of something and turned back to point at the people who were disembarking from the ship in the distance. Don't forget about them. Cypros understood what he meant. These refugees from Minoa, Gela, and Agrigento had lost their homes and loved ones, and were crying in pain and at a loss. But Catania was cheering for the return of the soldiers. What would they think of him? Cypros said unhurriedly, Don't worry. I have sent officials to take care of them. They will not be allowed to enter the city for the time being. In the evening, 5 people were sitting in the executive meeting room of Catania City Hall. They were Cypros, the governor of Sicily, Leotychides, the commander of Sicily, Cypros, the commander of the Sicilian fleet, Brero, the commander of the 7th Legion, and Acidames, the commander of the 4th Cavalry Legion. In fact, Brero had already arrived at Catania, but he did not go to the port with Cypros to greet him. So Cypros had to make up a white lie. But after meeting Leotychides, Brero still expressed his admiration for the battles that Leotychides had carried out during this period of time. His tone was also more appropriate, but he didn't mention anything about the 7th Legion coming to Sicily will have to listen to Leotychides' command, or anything like that. Cypros coughed a few times, glanced at the other 4, and said, My lords, you have all read His Majesty's letter. How to resist the attack of Carthage's army in the next 1 or 2 months and prevent them from causing damage to the territory of Sicily, in order to welcome the arrival of His Majesty's army to counterattack and encircle Carthage is the problem we will discuss today. Everyone, please share your opinions first. I don't have any suggestions now. Brero took over the conversation, but said humbly, because according to the principles of the military law of Dionia, we must understand the specific situation of the battlefield in order to make the right battle plan. Our 7th Legion has just arrived at Catania and is completely unaware of the situation here. Lord Persosus has been in Sicily for so many years and led the army to fight against Carthage for a few months, so he must have a very deep understanding of the army of Carthage. Can you please give us a detailed introduction of the situation first? Cypros frowned slightly. Although Brero spoke very politely, this politeness showed a kind of equality between the two. But the reality was that according to the orders of the King of Devers and the Ministry of Military Affairs, Brero led the 7th Legion to Sicily to be under the command of Leotychides, and they were in a superior and subordinate relationship. Leotychides' originally expressionless face did not show any abnormality. He said very straightforwardly, "These few days I have seriously thought about the battle experience with Carthage during this period of time and made some analysis and summary, just in time for you to listen, so that you will not be at a disadvantage in the future battles." Leotychide stood up, looked at Brero, and said seriously, "In these few months, Carthage has sent 2 armies to attack Sicily, and in terms of combat power, the first army and the second army are completely different." Chapter 9:14. In the Battle of Minoa, apart from Carthage's Sacred Legion that caused us some trouble, the rest of Carthage's troops were simply unable to withstand a single blow, especially the army composed of Namibians, whose morale was very low. A single charge from our heavy infantry could cause them to retreat, so our army was able to easily break into the west and force the Carthage people to hole up in their respective cities for a long time, not daring to come out to fight. During this period, we did not find the opportunity to fight with the Iberian army that had been stationed in Palmos. When Carthage sent a second army to land in Sicily, the situation changed. First of all, the commander of Carthage was the Iberian governor, Margo. He had been fighting in Iberia for a long time and had a lot of battlefield experience. Combining all the information, Margo brought more than 20,000 soldiers from Iberia. Adding the 20,000 Iberian soldiers in Palmos, there were more than 40,000 Iberian soldiers in Sicily. Most of them were Carthage's mercenaries. They had followed Margo to fight in Iberia for a long time, so their fighting strength was very strong. In Gela, I led the 8th Legion, the 4th Cavalry Legion, and allied troops to engage in a battle with the Iberian army. The difference in numbers between the two sides was not big, and the 8th Legion attacked the Iberian heavy infantry fiercely. There was even the 4th Cavalry Legion supporting the attack from the flank, but the other side always defended tenaciously and did not retreat. Oh! When Brero heard this, he sat up straight with a surprised look on his face. Although the 8th Legion's serial number was behind the 7th Legion, the 8th Legion had pacified the Sycare region a few years ago and defeated the Sacred Legion, which was called the strongest heavy infantry by Carthage people in Minoa. Its actual combat experience was richer than the 7th Legion, which had not fought for many years. Although Brero did not admit it on the surface, he faintly felt that the 8th Legion's fighting strength might be a little stronger than the 7th Legion. Now, an Iberian heavy infantry army was actually able to remain undefeated under the joint attack of the 8th Legion and the Cavalry Legion. This really surprised him. And in this Carthage army, many of them are likely native warriors of the Iberian Peninsula. They are tall, fierce in attack, and are also disciplined. The most noteworthy thing is that they all hold a long shield in one hand and a short sword in the other, similar to the soldiers of our legion. They directly defeated the phalanx of Gela and the Camelina heavy infantry, which ultimately led to my defeat at Gela. When Leotychides mentioned this, his expression and tone did not change, as if he was talking about something that had happened to someone else. But in the conference room, not only Brero, but even Cypros and Cypros were surprised. It seems that the fighting strength of the Iberian heavy infantry in Carthage's army is not weaker than that of our legion. Cypros could not help but say, like Cypros, he only roughly knew about the process of Leotychides' defeat in the Battle of Gela. He did not have the time to understand it in detail, so it was inevitable that he felt uneasy when he suddenly heard the details. Not only the heavy infantry, but the light infantry of Carthage's Iberian army is not weak either. During the battle, they had a group of thousands of catapults that may have come from the Balearic Islands. The lead pellets they threw were accurate and ruthless, not weaker than the catapults of our 1st Legion's light infantry. They caused a lot of casualties to the 8th Legion's light infantry. They also had hundreds of javelin throwers made up of Iberian natives. The javelins they threw were not only heavy, but also had curved hooks. Once hit, it was very difficult to pull them out, and the resulting wound was very large, causing a lot of bleeding and death. The medical camp did not have a good way to deal with this. At this point, Leotychides' tone became slightly lower. It seems that only our cavalry can be stronger than Dionia. After listening to Leotychides' words, Cypros could not help but sigh, but he did not expect a cough to come from the side. He turned his head to look at the embarrassed commander of the 4th Cavalry Legion, Acidames, and suddenly remembered that Carthage occupied the Namibian region, and there were many Namibian cavalry in his army. He remembered that the Namibian cavalry had caused the Ionia cavalry to suffer a great loss in the southern Italian war. As expected, Leotychides continued, "It may be because this Carthage army had to cross the mountains to raid the rear, so they did not let the cavalry accompany them. However, the intelligence shows that among the Carthage army that landed in Sicily, there were 6,000 to 7,000 cavalry, most of them Namibian cavalry, with some Carthage cavalry, Mauritanian cavalry, and Iberian cavalry. Their number exceeds the total number of our 4 major cavalry legions. The heavy infantry and light infantry of the Carthage army from Iberia are not weaker than our legion soldiers, and their cavalry is slightly stronger than ours. It seems that this is our formidable enemy." Barua's expression was solemn. In his previous career in the legion, he had fought against the army of Syracuse, Messapi, and Pichetti. The armies of these city-states and races always had some flaws, which made him proud of the strength of the legion of Dionysia. This was the first time he had heard of an army that was not weaker than the legion of Dionysia in any aspect. While he felt uneasy, there was also a hint of excitement in his heart. He asked cautiously, in addition to the army from Iberia, "How is the combat power of the other Carthage army?" According to the intelligence, in addition to more than 40,000 soldiers from Iberia, there are about 60,000 soldiers from the city of Carthage, the Phoenician allies in Africa, and Namibia among the enemy troops who landed in Sicily this time. Among them, the Namibians make up the majority. After the Carthage army surrounded Sarina city, I let the army take the initiative to attack and carried out a night attack on the Carthage army, which was successful. According to the soldiers who came back, many of the enemies they killed were Namibian soldiers. These Namibians could not organize an effective defense after being attacked. Most of them only knew how to run away. When Leotychides said this, he saw that the expressions on the faces of the others had become much more relaxed. So he continued, "Then this army was sent to attack Minoa. We all know that the Carthage army had attacked Minoa city before, but they had never made progress, which led to me leading the army to rescue them. This time, the Minoans clearly felt the pressure. They frequently sent messengers to me for help, and in the end they had no choice but to evacuate from Minoa city. I asked the refugees in Minoa. They said that the dark-skinned Namibians attacked the city wall without any regard for their lives. After repelling one wave, another wave would quickly rush up, constantly consuming their few defending forces, leading to the final failure of defending the city. From this, it can be seen that the combat power of this army is not weak. From the night attack to the fall of Minoa, it is completely like 2 armies. I guess that Brother Ma must have done something during this time to boost their morale." Leotychides calmly analyzed, 100,000 people, 100,000 soldiers with decent combat power. Brero could not help but sigh softly. "This time, Carthage's army is more than 100,000 people," Cyprian interjected. "When I was at the port of Lille, I had privately inquired about it. There are more than 10,000 soldiers in Lille city, and cities like Mazara, Eryx, Paelmos, and other Phoenician cities have at least a few thousand militias. If they are all gathered, the number of Carthage's army is far more than 100,000. Cypros took a deep breath, rubbed his chin, and pondered for a while. He said, "Such a large army, the military supplies they need must be very large." "Lord Cypros, you have hit the nail on the head." Cyprian praised, then pointed to the map of Sicily placed in the center of the wooden table, and said loudly, "That is why we must defend Serenus. As long as we have it, our fleet can frequently attack the western seas, attack their merchant ships, cargo ships, and cut off Carthage's route to western Sicily, making it difficult for Carthage's army to supply food. I can even send the fleet's infantry to land and attack the rear of Carthage's army. After all, from the current situation, compared to the army, our navy has a greater advantage against Carthage. Sicilian looked at Leotyzides and said confidently, even though the Carthaginian navy is on par with us in terms of courage and maneuvering ability, and is more familiar with the sea conditions of the Western Sea, they're still using traditional naval tactics. It's impossible for them to change in a short period of time. As long as the number of warships in the Sicilian fleet is restored, I can even seal off the port of Carthage. Cypros reminded him helplessly, the Senate has passed a resolution on this matter, and all the port cities in the kingdom are building warships. However, time is too short, and we can't build hundreds of warships to meet your requirements. But there is one thing you can help with, Cypros said seriously. Currently, the naval base in Catania is docked with 20 warships that Phralios captured on the surface of Therodium, as well as the 30 warships that I captured on the south coast. After some repairs and modifications, some of these warships can be incorporated into our fleet and go out to sea to fight. In this way, the number of warships in the Sicilian fleet can reach 60 to 70 in a short period of time, and we can continue to maintain our advantage over the Carthage navy. So, I need Lord Cypros to gather all the shipsmiths in the cities of Sicily to the naval base, and help us modify these Phoenician warships as soon as possible. This time Therion spoke with sincerity. Chapter 9:15. Once the meeting is over, I'll send someone to do it. Cypros agreed without hesitation, and Cypros thanked him profusely. Cypros looked at Leotyzides and said in a low voice, we don't have to worry too much about the problems at sea. But on land, how are we going to deal with Carthage's army? Without hesitation, Leotyzides pointed at the map on the table and slowly explained the plan that he had long thought of. Now that Carthage and Syracuse have colluded, all the friendly city-states on the south coast have been occupied by them. It won't be long before Carthage's army converges at the southeast corner and attack our southern border, as well as our two allies, Leontini and Taunus. This time, Carthage hasn't made any moves to attack the north coast, and I think they won't attack the north coast for the time being. Doing so will disperse their forces, and the north coast's terrain is narrow, which is not conducive to the deployment of their forces. Although the city-states there are smaller than those on the south coast, it will take a lot of time for Carthage to conquer them one by one. As long as we have enough forces in Malay, we can keep Carthage out of our territory for a long time. What I'm most worried about is the central part of Sicily. Leotyzides pointed at the icon of Enna on the map with his right hand and said in a low voice, there are many races in Carthage's army who are good at fighting in the mountains, and with the Tannic tribe who are familiar with the terrain leading the way, the Cycles are no match for them at all. So, they have occupied Caphelotian, and now they are besieging Enna. I've decided not to reinforce Enna, but to retreat with the Cycles who are willing to follow us. You're giving up on Enna? Cypros was shocked, and solemnly reminded him. More than half of the Cycles have gathered there, and I'm afraid most of them are unwilling to leave their homes. Cypros's words were tactful, but in fact he knew very well that once the Dionysian army stopped reinforcing Enna, the Cycles there would probably all fall to Carthage's side under the threat of Carthage's army. This was because the measures Dionia had taken against the Cycles for the past 10 years were different from the measures it took against the Samnese. As for the Samnese on the surface, Dionia maintained an alliance with this mountainous race, but in fact through trade, culture, and even religion they had drawn and assimilated the Samnese tribes, especially in the Benelum and Laconia regions. That was why the Samnese tribal alliance and the high priests panicked and finally took the initiative to start a war. This was in fact what the Devers hoped for, because the expansion to the north was the strategic focus of the kingdom of Dionia. As for the kingdom of Dionia's Carthage to the south, according to the Devers' original strategic plan, Dionia did not want to become enemies with the kingdom of Carthage before they occupied the entire Italian peninsula. Therefore, maintaining peace with Carthage became the top priority of the kingdom of Carthage. Therefore, the kingdom of Carthage signed 2 peace treaties with Carthage. Hence, even though the Cycles had formed an alliance with Dionia, Dionia's Sicily territory still used trade to rope in the Cycles due to the attitude of the Carthaginians. This was to avoid provoking the cycles and causing a conflict, which would then give the Carthaginians an excuse to attack the Carthaginians. However, after the rebellion of the Tannic tribe was quelled, the fact that the kingdom of Carthage was secretly supporting the Tannic tribe was exposed. The Devers then changed their approach and began to strengthen their control over the cycles. They directly annexed the two towns of Hina and Hebeda to the kingdom of Dionia, thus splitting the cycle region into two. As the eastern region, which was dominated by Aegilian and Kentrippa, was adjacent to the kingdom of Sicily, it became a region that Dionia focused on drawing in and assimilating. Most of the tribes in this region had close and friendly relations with Dionia. On the other hand, a portion of the cycles in the western region, led by Enna and Cephaleucian, had less contact with Dionia. Some of the tribes were punished by Dionia for participating in the rebellion of the Tannic tribe. There were also a few tribes that voluntarily migrated to Enna from the eastern region in the past 2 years. This was because their leaders could not stand the increasing control of the eastern region by Dionia. Dionia did not ignore the western region of the cycles. Instead, it used its position as the leader of the alliance to coordinate and resolve conflicts between the tribes. It used trade and aid to restrain the tribes, and when war broke out, it used the tribes' warriors to control them. Previously, the cycles that assisted the 8th Legion and participated in the war were mainly from the tribes in the western region. It was obvious that Dionia adopted a gradual approach. They first focused on assimilating and absorbing the cycles in the eastern region before turning to the western region. However, they did not expect the war with Carthage to break out so soon after a few years. The assimilation of the eastern region had just begun. I agree with Lord Prososus. The decision to abandon Enna is the right one. Brera stood up and looked at the map. Look, Enna is in the center of Sicily. It's closer to Cephaleucian, but further away from our sphere of influence. After Carthage's people occupied Cephaleucian, Agrigento, and Gyra, this town became too prominent. It's already surrounded by Carthage's people. If we send less reinforcements, it won't be of any use. Enna will still be easily taken by Carthage's people, and if we send more reinforcements, it will weaken the defenses in other places. Carthage's people can bypass Enna and attack other defenseless towns. For example, they can send troops north from Gyra and attack Henna directly. So, we should be more straightforward. Withdraw all the troops and tighten our fists. Brero finished and looked at Leotychides. Leotychides did not look at him. Instead, he said to Cyprosus, "The next battle will be very fierce. It concerns the safety of Sicily. Any small mistake will lead to a major failure. Now that Carthage's people have the upper hand, I have doubts about whether the cycles in the western region are still loyal to the kingdom. If they suddenly rebel when we support Enna—" Cyprosus was silent for a moment. He sighed. "All right, I agree with you. Abandon Enna and retreat to the eastern region with the tribes that are willing to follow us. So what's next?" Leotychides then said to Brero, "Lord Brero, your 7th Legion will be responsible for defending the southern line of defense. What do you think? You mean the line from Paragonia to Tanis?" Brero could say this so quickly because his legion happened to be stationed in the new barracks near Lake Leotini to the north of Leotini, so he had some understanding of the area. Yes. Leotychides nodded and continued. "The 8th Legion will be stationed in Aegilian and will be responsible for defending the western line of defense from Henna to Herbeda." Brero carefully looked at the map again and found that the western region was basically filled with cycles, towns, and settlements. He immediately thought, "I've just arrived, I'm completely unfamiliar with the cycles, and I have no prestige among them, so it'll be difficult to intimidate them. If something goes wrong—" The southern line of defense is basically within the Catania Plains, and the two allies are both Greek city-states that have been dependent on Dionia for more than a decade, so it'll be more convenient for us to fight. He pretended to ponder, then said, "I'd basically agree with your defense plan, Lord Prososus, but from the current situation, the southern line of defense may become the focus of Carthage's attack. The 7th Legion only has a little more than 8,000 people, so it's a little insufficient. Not only the southern line of defense, but the 2 towns of Henna and Aegilion may also become the focus of Carthage's attack. Leotychides pointed at the map and said, the entire territory of Sicily can still deploy at least 20,000 more citizens to fight. If there's too much loss, we can immediately replenish them. Let me remind you, Cypros interrupted. It'll be the autumn harvest in a dozen days. I hope that you will not recruit any more citizens before this, so as to ensure that there is enough labor in the territory to complete the harvesting of the farmland in the shortest time possible, so that we will have enough rations for the future battles. I don't think we'll recruit any more soldiers in the short term. If Carthage wants to attack us, I think it'll be at least 10 days later. We can definitely use our current troops to hold out until the autumn harvest, but we have to be careful of Carthage's cavalry entering the Catania plains and causing damage to our farms and villages. When Leotychides finished, Breru said seriously, I have no more questions. The 7th Legion will hold the southern line of defense. I have a question, Sicorian said loudly. What's going on with Syracuse? Is it confirmed that they're colluding with Carthage and participating in the war against Ionia? Syracuse is indeed in contact with Carthage, but we can't be sure if they're going to declare war against Ionia, Cypros said solemnly. I have sent messengers to the Council of Syracuse to question them, and from the reply of their chief general, Theagenes, I can tell that Syracuse wants to take advantage of the war between us and Carthage to gain benefits for themselves. But they don't want to completely fall out with us and become Carthage's accomplices for the time being. So, it's best that we don't provoke Syracuse. We just need to be on guard against them and focus on defending against Carthage first. Leotychides and Breru both nodded in agreement. This was the safest course of action. Chapter 9:16. Only Sicerian was still complaining. As long as we take precautions. That's easy for you to say. The route from Cadinae to the western part of Sicily will be frequently used by our fleet in the future. Whether it is our warships patrolling and cruising to the western sea, or our fleet transporting supplies and soldiers to Serenus, they will all have to pass through Syracuse. Their fleet is like a lurking viper that may attack us at any time. How can our fleet guard against them? Cypros's expression became serious. He said in a deep voice, Your Sicilian fleet needs support in terms of supplies and personnel. As long as I can do it, I will do my best to help you. But controlling the waters of Sicily and ensuring the safety of the territory's coast is the responsibility of your fleet. You have also been praised by His Majesty as the great naval hero of the kingdom of Dionia. This should be something you should consider, but you are asking a layman like me. Sicerian was speechless. Cypros looked at Breru again, and his expression became gentle again. Lord Breru, on behalf of the people of Sicily, I am very grateful to you for leading the 7th Legion to reinforce us. I believe that you will be able to work together with Lord Persosus and successfully complete the task given by His Majesty. Make a glorious contribution. Cypros's words were rather clever. He took into account Breru's age, qualifications, and status in the kingdom. Breru was a senator and one of the representatives of the Bruttii people, far from being comparable to Leotychides, who had no background. So he did not mention that Breru should listen to the command of the Sicilian commander, Leotychides. He believed that Breru, who had been in the legion for more than 10 years, would act according to military law no matter how reluctant he was. Since the establishment of Dionia, there had never been an instance of a high-ranking general disobeying orders. Don't worry. We, the 7th Legion, have come to Cadinae to fight. I will act strictly according to military law, Breru said bluntly. Leotychides heard this and nodded. After Hasdrubal took over Gela, he did not continue to the east because he might encounter Syracuse. He vaguely remembered that Senator Carthage had sent messengers to talk to Syracuse several times. Without knowing the details, He did not know how to deal with Syracuse. So he simply stayed in Gela and waited for Margot's army to arrive. At the same time, he sent a part of his army to the north to besiege Enna. After the Carthage army, led by Pamilca, captured Minoa, they also stopped to rest. When Margot received the news that his troops had captured Minoa, Agrigento, and Gela, and Syracuse had recovered Camelina and Paxenus, he was very happy because it meant that Carthage's army could smoothly pass through the south coast and directly attack Dionia's territory in Sicily. However, he was also very depressed because Selinus had not been captured yet. Selinus' defenders not only fought tenaciously, but also responded well. They had repelled the attacks of Carthage's army several times, forcing Margot to rest and restore the army's low morale. Judging from the current situation, it was unlikely that Margot could capture Selinus in a short period of time with his current 40,000 troops. From a safe point of view, he should first capture Selinus and then march east. But that would delay a lot of time. Not only would it give the Dionysian army, who had suffered successive defeats, precious time to rest and reorganize, but it would also create variables over time. More importantly, he had promised in the Senate to capture the whole island of Sicily within a year. He had to hurry. After thinking about it, Margot finally made a decision. He would leave behind 5,000 Fenu infantry and 1,000 Limebian cavalry. He would also let the Lord of Libya, Imazir, organize 5,000 soldiers from the Sicilian alliance to be stationed in the camp and continue to besiege Selinus. He would lead nearly 40,000 troops and march east along the south coast. Accompanying him were not only slaves and freedmen, but also a large number of people from Mazara, Arax, Segesta, and other city-states. They were not only responsible for transporting food supplies to the entire Carthage army, but also for survival. Because the Dionysian army had harvested and destroyed the farmlands of these city-states on a large scale, except for Paelmos and Sauris on the north coast, they were facing the danger of famine. Margot announced to them that as long as they transported supplies to the Carthage army, he would allow them to harvest the farmlands of Minoa, Agrigento, Gela, and other Greek city-states along the way based on their performance as food reserves for the next year. That was why they were so eager to participate. Margot solved the problem of transporting supplies for the army, but it also made the entire marching team too bloated and slow. It took them 2 days to reach Minoa. After meeting up with Pamilca's army, they continued to move forward. When they arrived at Agrigento, they received good news. Hasdrubal had captured Enna, and most of the Sicaer tribes there had chosen to submit. Margot's joy did not last long before he received bad news. The Dionia attacked his supply convoy. It turned out that the Carthage army was too large, and Margot was in a hurry. The entire convoy meandered for more than 20 miles on the south coast, and the supply convoy fell behind. As a result, the Dionia Sicilian fleet landed on the beach between Minoa and Agrigento. The infantry of the fleet attacked the convoy, killing many laborers and Phoenicians, and burning a lot of food supplies. If it were not for the arrival of the Numidian cavalry, the Carthage army would have suffered greater losses. This forced Margot to slow down the march and send troops to protect the supplies. 10 days later, the Carthage army finally arrived at Gela. After a day of rest, Margot led nearly 100,000 troops and continued to march eastward, finally surrounding Camelina. Syracuse was shocked when it heard the news. It hurriedly sent an envoy to see Margot, telling him that Syracuse had formed an alliance with Carthage, and Camelina was now an ally of Syracuse. It was not hostile to Carthage, and would let the Carthage army pass smoothly. It hoped that it would not be attacked. Margot did not agree with the envoy's request. He proudly said, "As the military commander of Carthage, I don't know when Syracuse became an ally of Carthage. If the people of Syracuse really want to do this, ask your general to come here and talk to me in person." The messengers from Syracuse brought the news back to the council. The generals and councillors were in an uproar after hearing it. Many of them thought that the Carthaginians had crossed the river and wanted to break the agreement. They were preparing to take the opportunity to attack Syracuse. Some people took the opportunity to blame Chief General Tiagenes, saying that he thought he had earned benefits for Syracuse, but had angered the people of Carthage. Now that Carthage's army was approaching Syracuse if a war was started, Tiagenes must bear full responsibility. Tiagenes argued that Margot had been in Iberia before and might not know about the secret diplomatic exchanges between Carthage and Syracuse. He was willing to talk to Margot in person to clear up the misunderstanding between them. The next day, Tiagenes rushed to Commonlina. Before he entered Commonlina's territory, he already saw the camp of Carthage's people. Countless tents were connected, and one camp was connected to another, covering an area of many miles. If it were not for the countless strong soldiers walking among them, he would have thought he had entered a vast city. The more Tiagenes looked, the more shocked he became. Under the guidance of Carthage's guards, he walked for a full hour before arriving at Margot's tent. Just as Tiagenes expected, after he saluted Margot and said his name, the rough-looking Carthage general did not show enough politeness and enthusiasm. Instead, he said, casually, "It seems that you people of Syracuse are taking this matter very seriously. You actually sent your chief general to negotiate. This will save us some time. After we reach an agreement, we can implement it immediately." Syracuse and Carthage have already reached an amicable agreement. General Margot may not know much about it, Tiagenes explained. "No, I know it very well. Someone in the Senate told me." Margot raised his eyebrows and looked straight at Tiagenes. "He said that your attitude during the negotiation has been vague. Although you will never join Dionia and attack Carthage, you are not willing to lead your army to attack Dionia either. You are only willing to provide material assistance, allow us to set up camp in Syracuse's territory, and ensure that we can safely pass through Syracuse and its allies' territory." "That's right. This is the agreement that your envoy of Carthage has agreed to and signed." Before Tiagenes finished, Margot roared, "This is a **T agreement. Do you see the army outside? We don't need Syracuse to provide the materials. We can rob them. As for allowing us to pass through Syracuse safely, that's a joke. Even if you don't allow it, my huge army can pass through safely. But that will mean war. A war with Syracuse. While Carthage is fighting against Dionia, he will also have to defend against Syracuse's attack from the rear. This will undoubtedly slow down your progress in conquering Cadanae, allowing Dionia's reinforcements from Greece to arrive in time." Tiagenes replied calmly. Margot sneered. "If that happens, will Syracuse become Dionia's ally?" Tiagenes hesitated. "If Carthage sees Syracuse as an enemy, we of course." Chapter 9:17. You are willing, but that depends on whether Dionia is willing or not. Margot sneered. "I don't know much about Dionia, but I do know that they hate breaking agreements. Tarentum had to become a free city of Dionia. The Simonians are still at war with Dionia. Syracuse took advantage of the time when Dionia was fighting Carthage to secretly occupy Commonlina and Paxenus. I don't think Dionia will forget this. Even if they can't deal with you because of our attack, they will retaliate against you in the future." Tiagenes was stunned. He quickly explained, "Paxenus and Commonlina are not allies of Dionia, nor have we signed any agreements with them. On the contrary, they have always been allies of Syracuse. We did not occupy them, but merely renewed the agreement." His tone became tough again. "I believe Dionia will understand what we are doing. Even if they don't understand, we will try our best to become their ally, even if we have to accept some harsh conditions. Because if Carthage wants to destroy Syracuse, we can only choose survival." Margot's eyes were wide open. His gaze was as sharp as a spear. Tiagenes stared back at him without hesitation. The atmosphere in the tent became tense. After a while, Margot spoke again. "Carthage and Syracuse have been enemies for decades. The hatred is too deep. Just based on the contents of the previous agreement, I can't lead my army to attack Cadonai without worry and expose my back to you people of Syracuse." Margot's words were straightforward, but Tiagenes did not know how to respond. While he was considering his words, Margot said impatiently, "If Syracuse wants to form an alliance with Carthage, they must do the following. First, send an army to assist Carthage in fighting Dionia. Second, send a navy to fight Dionia's navy and escort Carthage's transport ships. Third, open the port and allow Carthage's ships to enter. Fourth, allow Carthage's army to station in Syracuse's territory. Fifth, provide Carthage's army with material support. As long as Syracuse can do these things, we, Carthage, will form an alliance with you under Baal Harmon's witness. We will maintain a long-term peace after the war. We will also recognize Cemenlina and Paxenus as allies of Syracuse." Although Margot's demands were harsh and made Tiagenes frown, he could feel Margot's desire to form an alliance with Syracuse. So he cheered up and started negotiating with Margot. Margot clearly did not have the patience to do so. He quickly passed the task to Pamilka. On the second day, the two sides reached an alliance agreement. The agreement stated that Syracuse had to organize an army and attack Dionia from the direction of Tanis. Syracuse's fleet had to attack at the right time and threaten Dionia's ships from Cartagena to the south coast so that they could not easily go to Serenus or the Western Sea. When Carthage's fleet arrived, they had to cooperate with it. Carthage's army could build camps in Syracuse, but they were not allowed to destroy, loot, or even harm Syracuse's citizens. When Carthage's army encountered supply problems, Syracuse was obliged to provide aid, and Carthage would double the amount of compensation. During the war, neither side of the alliance was allowed to make peace with the enemy. When the war was won, Carthage would allow Tanis, Leontini, Cemenlina, and Paxenus to become Syracuse's vassals. Tiagenes' idea was that since they could not avoid a direct battle with Dionia, Syracuse's army would choose to attack from the direction of Tanis. Due to the narrow coast, they could avoid being surrounded and attacked by the Dionysian army. It was relatively safer. After the war, they gained the two city-states of Tanis and Leontini. This not only expanded Syracuse's sphere of influence, but also placed Syracuse in the center of these city-states. With a buffer zone, they did not have to face the threat of other forces, which made them safer. This agreement basically achieved the goal of the negotiation. For Margot and Pamilka, the reason why they made some concessions in the negotiation was that even if Carthage drove the Dionia out of Sicily, the kingdom of Dionia, which occupied the entire southern part of Italy, was still strong and could make a comeback at any time. Moreover, Carthage was far away in Africa, and sometimes it was beyond their reach. Now that they had Syracuse, which was relatively strong as an ally, to stand in front and delay Dionia's attack, it would give Carthage more time to prepare. Before Tiagenes left, he suggested to Margot that it would be more conducive to the conclusion of the alliance agreement if Carthage's army pretended to march toward Syracuse. Margot agreed. Tiagenes returned to Syracuse with the draft alliance agreement. As expected, many members of the council objected. Some even criticized Tiagenes. He claimed to restore Syracuse's former glory, but in reality he had sold out Syracuse's interests to Carthage. This was treason. Tiagenes used today's Sparta as an example to defend himself. He claimed that Sparta and Persia had been enemies for decades, but during the Corinth War, Sparta was able to put down their hatred and form an alliance with Persia. Now that they had become the overlord of Greece, Syracuse could do the same. Carthage finally agreed to sign the agreement, not only because of Tiagenes' defense, but more importantly, because Carthage's army was approaching. However, they still added an additional condition to the agreement. Carthage's army could only enter Syracuse after the autumn harvest. In fact, it was already September, and there were only a few days left before the harvest. Margot agreed to this additional condition, so he targeted Herna first. In the kingdom of Dionia, especially in Greece, the people did not seem to be shrouded in worry and anxiety. On the contrary, as September came, the fields turned golden, and the joy on their faces never faded. The drought last year had made everyone deeply aware of the threat of hunger, so this year's harvest was even more cherished. From Catania in the south to Lusnia in the north, families, men, women, and children could be seen harvesting their own wheat fields, singing cheerful songs. Of course, agricultural officials in various cities could also be seen urging the kingdom's slaves to help the families who lacked labor because their masters were away on war expeditions. While the people of Dionia worked in the fields, the temples of Demeter in various places were at their peak. Every day, people came to worship from morning till night, to thank the earth goddess for her blessings. September was not only a time of harvest for wheat, but also ripe fruits, especially olives, which were extremely important to the Greeks. Many hills were also bustling with activity. People used long wooden poles to knock on the olive trees that were full of fruit. The olives fell like raindrops, then were picked up into wooden baskets and sent to the oil presses, or placed under the sun to dry at this time. The number of sacrifices to Athens increased. The joy of the people naturally affected the elders of the kingdom. Since the drought and the outbreak of war, the food problem that had been plaguing them had finally been alleviated. The elders were greatly relieved, so the atmosphere in today's Senate meeting was relatively relaxed. We received a letter from His Majesty today, informing us that our army has occupied Antium. The war in Latin will probably end within a month, said Vespa, who was on duty in the middle of the hall with a smile on his face. In the middle of the venue, the rotating chairman, Vespa, said with a smile, "Also, you have all heard that His Majesty does not agree to our proposal to suspend this year's football competition due to the war. He requests that it be held as usual. Does anyone have any objections?" After a whispered discussion, Cornelius stood up and said, "We originally made this proposal because everyone considered that the kingdom has to deal with 3 wars at the same time. A large number of citizens have been transferred to fight, and the officials of various cities are also working intensely for these wars. The Kingdom Rugby Finals is a grand celebration. Not only does it require the coordination of various departments and a lot of effort, but it also requires strict security and good order. Under the current circumstances, everyone is worried that our officials do not have more energy to organize the celebration, and it may even attract hostile countries to cause trouble. The chaos during the Hades celebration more than 10 years ago is a lesson learned. Lord Cornelius is right. We are thinking the same thing." Some of the elders immediately agreed. Cornelius coughed twice and continued, "But His Majesty is thinking long-term. The war has been going on for almost a year, and the war with Carthage will continue. In a state of war for a long time, the people will become more and more anxious and fearful, and eventually become war-weary. This will have a great impact on us trying our best to achieve the final victory. So, at this critical time, a grand celebration can show the people the belief that the kingdom will win, dispel their concerns, and make them more enthusiastic to support this war to determine the hegemony of the Western Mediterranean. So, I support His Majesty's decision." Looking at Cornelius sitting down shakily, some elders cursed in their hearts. What a slippery old man! At this time, Scepter Priest Plesinus stood up and said loudly, "His Majesty's decision is absolutely correct. When you made this proposal before, I did not agree with it. Now, I solemnly repeat that the Kingdom Rugby Finals is not an ordinary game. Since Hades became the patron saint of the Kingdom of Dionia, the Kingdom Rugby Finals has become the most important part of Hades' celebration, and to please this great god. It has never stopped all these years, and the kingdom has never lost in war. This is the result of His Majesty's wisdom and the blessings of Hades. If the game is suddenly stopped this time, once it angers Hades, who will bear the consequences? Ancient Greece, Lord of the Mediterranean, Ancient Greece, Lord of the Mediterranean. Chapter 918. The senators' hearts tightened, but no one refuted. Over the years, the faith of Hades had become more and more deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. 2 years ago, a judge in Crotone suddenly died in his sleep. His widow turned herself in at the city hall the next day, saying that her husband had accepted bribes several times and made unjust judgments. As a result, he was severely punished by Hades. This matter was widely spread throughout the kingdom, and the people respected the just and strict Hades even more. This made the officials even more respectful towards this gloomy and solemn god, including the senators. At this moment, Plesinus saw someone standing up not far away. It was Marigi. He thought that Marigi was going to object and was surprised. Marigi smiled at him and said, "Of course, I also support His Majesty's decision. However, from the perspective of trade, I want to say that His Majesty's decision is correct. Due to the 3 wars that broke out one after another, especially the war with Carthage, even though the flames of war have not spread to our main territories, it has already caused the number of foreign merchants that used to come to Dionia to do business has decreased. The commercial taxes of various cities have also decreased in these few months. This is because these foreign merchants are not optimistic that Dionia will be able to obtain the final victory in these 3 simultaneous wars, so they dare not come into contact with the kingdom again. We dare to hold a grand celebration like the rugby finals during the war, precisely to show them our kingdom's confidence in victory, thus allowing trade to return to prosperity. Furthermore, the rugby finals itself can increase a lot of tax revenue, improving the tight state of the treasury. Finance Minister Merzes interrupted while using his fingers to forcefully knock on the armrest of the wooden chair. He reminded in a dissatisfied manner, Everyone, you must now understand that the biggest problem in the kingdom is no longer food, but the treasury. It's the treasury that is running out of money." Vespa asked in surprise, "Sir Merzes, during this period of time, His Majesty has already transported a large amount of wealth obtained from Rome and other conquered cities to the port of Turiae. In the end, it has all been placed into the treasury. I heard that there are at least a few thousand talienes. Also, after Alexis's army occupied Caudim, Beneventum, Lola, and other Semines towns, they have also transported a lot of wealth back. How can the treasury still be short of money?" "Sir Vespa, you only see the treasury collecting money. Why don't you see the treasury spending money?" Mercies snorted coldly and complained loudly. The previous drought had already depleted a lot of the national treasury savings. At the start of the war, the Sicilian fleet was almost completely destroyed. His Majesty and the Senate made a decision to immediately build a few hundred warships. Do you know how much it will cost? Tens of thousands of soldiers and sailors died in battle or drowned. There were also many citizens who were severely injured and disabled. Do you know how much compensation will be needed? 11 legions were fighting with nearly 100,000 people. How many javelins and arrows would be used in a battle? How many spears were broken? How many short swords, shields, and war horse were destroyed? How many weapons and armors do I have to buy to ensure that the soldiers can continue to fight? Doesn't this cost money? His Majesty and Alexis's spoils of war have only just wiped out the previous expenditure on the treasury. But the war is far from over, and the treasury will continue to be depleted. Therefore, we should not let go of any measures that are beneficial to the treasury." Vespa laughed dryly. "It seems that the war has a huge impact on the kingdom's trade and finances. But the autumn harvest is about to end. Once the citizens pay the land tax, the finance department should feel a little more relaxed." A few elders in the hall sneered. They felt that Vespa did not understand the kingdom's finances at all. The land tax money was simply a drop in the bucket for this war. And Terry stood up and looked around with a dignified gaze. He could not allow anyone to look down on the authority of the rotating chairman. Although he despised Vespa's incompetence, as the rotating chairman, they were on the same side on this issue. "Are there any objections?" And Terry said loudly, "If there are no objections, then hurry up and carry out His Majesty's decision. It will be September 9th in a few days. We must start preparing immediately." The hall returned to silence. Vespa nodded to Antares to express his gratitude. He then said loudly, "Since everyone agrees with His Majesty's decision, then this year's football finals will continue." After saying that, he raised a small hammer and knocked on the small bell on the table, making a crisp sound. He then turned his gaze to one of the 5 rotating chairmen in the front row, the governor of Turin. "Lord Lucius, you are still in charge of the football tournament this time. What difficulties do you need us to solve?" Lucius pondered for a moment before saying, "I also support His Majesty's decision. You know that during this period of war, many citizens of Turin have died or been injured. The people's emotions are quite depressed. Holding a football tournament will help them release their emotions. And on the day of the Hades celebration, I hope that the ceremony to pay respect to the fallen soldiers at the Hall of Valhalla can be grandiose to appease their families. That's how it should be. I will arrange it. Lord Lucius, you can rest assured." Plesines responded, "In order to prevent accidents, I hope that the Department of Inspection can send more patrols to maintain the security inside and outside the city of Turin. Also, the Ministry of Military Affairs can send more soldiers to maintain the order in the city square and the temple on the day of the celebration." After receiving positive responses from Helos and others, Lucius continued, "More importantly, due to the outbreak of the war, our Senate has not given a definite answer on whether to hold this year's football finals. I'm afraid that the cities are not ready yet. We must inform them as soon as possible and let them send teams to participate as soon as possible. Otherwise, the tournament schedule will have to be postponed if the teams can't arrive on time. Also, in the past, friendly city-states have been invited to the ceremony every year. Should we still invite them this year? I think we should continue to invite them. Just like what Lord Marigi said before, we need to show these allies and friendly city-states the confidence of Dionia's victory in order to gain more support from them," the Foreign Affairs Minister Ansitanos suggested seriously. And according to the war report from Sicily received yesterday, friendly city-states such as Agrigento, Gela, and Minoa have all been destroyed. We should invite them to send envoys to participate in the ceremony. We can take the opportunity to show Dionia's determination to not give up on them, so as to appease their fleeing citizens. Lord Ansitanos, Antares asked loudly, "Is Egypt one of the allies that you are going to invite?" During the drought and war, Egypt gave us great help, allowing us to get through the most difficult months. That's right. Although Egypt is our new ally, they have helped us the most. Why didn't anyone mention inviting them before? I'm afraid it's too late to invite Egypt now, some of the senators said regretfully. Don't worry, lords. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs has just received news from the Eastern Mediterranean. The Pharaoh of Egypt has sent an envoy to visit Dionia. It is estimated that he will arrive in Turiae before the ceremony. Ansitanos immediately responded, "Why didn't you mention such an important thing earlier?" Cornelis complained, "Lord Ansitanos, Egypt is our important ally. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs is responsible for receiving the Egyptian envoy. If there is anything that you need the Senate to do, just say it. In short, make sure they are satisfied. Also, inform His Majesty immediately and let him know about this." Ansitanos nodded in agreement. After Cornelis gave his instructions, he said to Vespa, who was in the middle of the hall, "Since everyone has agreed to host the rugby finals, quickly send messengers to inform the governors of each city. Invite the alliance and friendly city-states to attend the ceremony as in previous years." Vespa nodded and called the clerks who were in charge of taking minutes of the meeting. He asked them to immediately start writing letters. After stamping them with the seal of the Senate, they were handed to the messengers who were waiting in the side hall to be sent to various places. As the Senate of Dionia held meetings almost every day, some proposals could be passed at any time. Therefore, the Senate had fixed messengers to accurately convey the decisions of the Senate to the people who should be conveyed in a timely manner. After making these arrangements, Vespa breathed a sigh of relief and asked as usual, "Lords, do you have any new proposals?" The Minister of Military Affairs, Helos, stood up and said with a serious expression, "The Ministry of Military Affairs has received information these days. The former prince of Pacheti, Vardalka, is gathering the remaining forces of Messapi, Pacheti, and Downey in Peloponnesus. They are preparing to attack our Apulia region." Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Vespa also swept away his previous carelessness and asked anxiously, "Is this information accurate?" It has already been confirmed by Aristyras. Helos only gave a simple reply, and everyone no longer expressed any doubts. Although many senators kept a respectful distance from this intelligence officer of the King of Devers, his ability to obtain information was unquestionable. "Lord Helos, do you know how many enemies there are?" Vespa asked loudly again. "According to the information received last time, there are less than 4,000 people." Helos said seriously, "It is estimated that they will land in Apulia in the near future." These stray dogs are really good at choosing the right time. They took advantage of the time when Alexis led the army expedition to the Samni Mountains. The Fourth Fleet left the Adriatic Sea for Sicily, and the entire Apulia region was defenseless. Chapter 919. Before Sidorum's voice trailed off, Felicius interjected, "The 9th Legion is still stationed in Apulia." Because of His Majesty's reminder, the Ministry of Military Affairs specifically asked the 9th Legion to stay in Uda and not follow Alexis to the Samni Mountains. This is to prevent such a thing from happening. I believe that Commander Tegtinos will be able to defeat the enemy easily. I believe that our legion can easily defeat the rabble, but I'm worried that these former fugitive leaders of Messapi, Pacheti, and Downey will cause unrest in this region when they return to Apulia, just like what happened in Brudi during the Southern Italian War. Sidorum spoke of the past with mixed feelings. The chaos in the Brudi region gave him the opportunity to show his talents, laying the foundation for him to become the rotating president of the Senate. However, the turmoil and riots also caused the entire Brudi region to fall into war. The population was greatly reduced, and many tribes disappeared. Please rest assured, my lords, the Pacheti region has been annexed to the kingdom for almost 10 years. The people there live in freedom, prosperity, and pride themselves as citizens of Dionia. It is impossible for them to be incited by these long-forgotten stray dogs to start a riot and return to the era of poverty under the rule and control of the king and chief. On the contrary, they will cooperate with the kingdom's army to drive out these thugs who are trying to take away their happiness. The speaker was the former leader of the Silvam tribe in the central town of the Pacheti region, Prince Adoras's future father-in-law, Torlex. Not only was he the leader of the Pacheti elders, but he also had a lot of prestige among the people of Pacheti, so his words made the elders feel a lot more at ease. Then another influential elder of Messapi, Aparosia, who was also the father-in-law of Henneborus, the court clerk, stood up and said loudly, "We Messapi have been annexed to Dionia for a long time. I can assure you here that the people of Messapi will only see these former Messapi people as outsiders, as thugs who want to destroy their peaceful lives. The people will fully support the kingdom's army to defeat them." Pacheti and Messapi's words made the other elders unconsciously focus their attention on another elder, Luger Sembrin. The identity of this elder from Downey was not to be underestimated. He was the former king of Downey. For years ago, during the war between Dionysia and Downey, he had surrendered early in Lusnia, allowing Alexis to conquer the Downey region without any problems. In order to appease the people of Dionia and stabilize their hearts, Rugo Semblin was warmly received by the Devers and was entertained at a banquet. It did not take long for him to become the senator of Dionia, and he became the youngest senator of the Senate. He was only 27 years old at that time, and only 31 years old now. After joining Dionia, the former king of Downey, who had a weak personality and could not convince the people, had always been content with his place. He was not very enthusiastic about politics. Attending the regular Senate meetings had always been routine, and he rarely spoke or argued. Instead, he devoted all his energy to the sport of football. Not only did he often practice, but he also spent money to form a team to participate in the football competition in the Turiai region. Therefore, he was jokingly called the Senator of Football by the Turiai people. It was rare for him to receive such attention in the Senate, and he could not help but feel a little nervous. He said softly, "You don't have to worry about Downey, because not many people of Downey escaped." What Luger-Sembrin said was the truth. In the Apulia region, it took the shortest time to conquer Downey. They only fought a battle at the Orfanto River and a siege battle at Sipentum. After that, the towns and tribes of Downey surrendered one after another. Of course, Luger-Sembrin's surrender played a big role in this. After his reminder, the senators came to a sudden realization, and they felt more at ease. Once these thugs land in Apulia, I suggest that we let Torlex, Aparosia, and Luger-Sembrin go to Pacetti, Masapi, and Downey respectively to assist the governor of the region to appease the people and organize the defense. Sidorum said his opinion loudly. Most of the senators agreed to this proposal, and Torlex and Aparosia did not object either. Only Luger-Sembrin was very reluctant, but under such an atmosphere he did not dare to refute and could only accept it silently. Since the entire Apulia region is preparing for the game, does this mean that we don't need to inform the towns of Apulia to participate in the rugby finals this time? Lucius asked. Absolutely not. Torlex immediately expressed his objection. He reminded with a serious expression, even if the remaining forces that have fled outside attack the Pacetti region, it will not cause panic among the people. However, if they are not allowed to participate in the rugby finals, I'm afraid that it will really cause unrest in the entire region. It's the same for the Masapi region, Aparosia said immediately. Aparosia also said immediately, the people have already regarded the rugby finals as a major festival, and they will never allow their town's team to be absent. I think it's a mistake for the enemy to choose to attack Apulia at this time. The people will be even more angry and fight back against these thugs who spoil their enjoyment of the game. I've long heard that the people of Apulia are obsessed with rugby games. It seems that it's not a rumor. Lucius sighed and took back what he had said before. The Masapi and Pacetti were both relatively fierce races. After being conquered by Daionia, the people were still unwilling, and the rugby finals became the best place for them to express their unyielding and resistance. Therefore, in the first few years, their players were not skilled in rugby, and their tactics were even simpler. However, relying on their tenacious spirit, they repeatedly reversed the situation and defeated the strong Greek teams in the finals. After the winning team returned to the city, the players would be pursued by the people, which further promoted the development of rugby in the region. Although in recent years, as the people of Apulia had completely integrated into Daionia, this kind of antagonism no longer existed. However, rugby had become the most popular sport in the region, even more so than Turiai. Just when some senators who still did not know much about the Apulia region were listening to the senators who had served as the governors of the towns in the region whispering about the reasons why the people of Apulia loved rugby, they suddenly heard Sidorum ask Helos, "Did the remaining forces of Apulia attack us with the support of Sparta? If so, did Sparta also send troops to participate?" Many of the senators were nervous. Helos said with a smile, the rebels led by Vardalka could gather troops in the Peloponnesus region, which means that they must have gotten the consent of Sparta. But so far, there is no information that shows that Sparta or other cities of Peloponnesus have joined in. I think the most important reason is that Sparta is now busy fighting against a new alliance formed by Athens and the Thebes. After hearing this, Vespa let out a long sigh of relief and said repeatedly, "That's good, that's good." An elder in the meeting hall teased, "Lord Vespa, don't worry. Lord Bagul is not satisfied. I'm afraid he still wants to capture a few Spartans in Udir." As soon as the people in the hall laughed, Anteri stood up and said with hatred, "Sparta is now in a difficult situation, but they still don't forget to cause trouble for us. It seems that their hostility towards the kingdom has never changed. When we get rid of Carthage, we must let the people of Sparta know how powerful we are." These words received the unanimous approval of the elders. After the Senate's regular meeting ended, Vespa did not accept Hegemon's invitation to have a few drinks at Christoia's restaurant in the city. Instead, he went straight back to his mansion. As soon as he entered the backyard, he met his daughter-in-law, Andrea. "Father, you're back." Andrea came up to him and said with concern, "Today's Senate meeting ended much later than usual. You must be tired." Vespa looked at her and said naturally, "There were more topics today, and everyone's debate was more intense. One of the topics had a lot to do with Bagul." "What is it?" Andrea asked immediately. "When the kingdom conquered Apulia, the people of Massapi, Pacetti, and Donadori who fled to the mainland of Greece had already assembled an army." Vespa did not hesitate at all to tell Andrea the secret that should have been kept a secret. Even though the kingdom of Dionia was more tolerant towards women, it rarely allowed women to participate in politics. This was even more so in the tradition of Lucania. Andrea was also a daughter-in-law of a different race, so Vespa's requirements for her were relatively strict. The reason why there was such a drastic change was that his sense of superiority as the leader of Lucania was no longer there. Dionia was getting stronger and stronger, and there were many new people in the Senate, which made him constantly feel threatened. On the other hand, as the right-hand woman of the former queen, Christoia, Andrea had received great training over the years. Since Bagul was working outside all year round, Vespa often had to rely on his daughter-in-law to analyze the situation for him and listen to her advice. After listening, Andrea did not show the same worry that Vespa had when he first heard about it. Instead, she comforted him, "Father, don't worry. Since the Ministry of Military Affairs has made sufficient preparations, and the Senate has made meticulous arrangements, there will be no trouble in Apulia. Bagul will be very safe, and I think this is a good thing. The kingdom can take this opportunity to catch all the fugitives and completely stabilize Apulia." Vespa looked at his daughter-in-law's calm and confident face and was stunned for a moment before murmuring, Yes, you're right." Chapter 9:20. "Father, the hot water is ready. Go and take a bath first." "I'll ask the servants to prepare dinner," said Andrea. In the beginning, the establishment of the hot springs in Turin could be said to have changed the living habits of the people of Dionia. Coupled with the strong recommendation of the doctors in the Turin hospital, the people of Dionia began to regard bathing as a way to relieve fatigue, eliminate diseases, and benefit the body and mind. This was especially true for the elderly. Most of the senators were people who practiced what they preached. However, the hot springs on the banks of the Tino River were relatively far from the city of Turin, and it was not very convenient to go back and forth every day. Therefore, building a good bath in their own mansions became the goal of the ministers and the rich of the kingdom. Still, it was the king's Devers, who was favored by Hades, who proposed an effective method. After a period of experimentation, he successfully created a new type of family bathroom similar to the hot springs. Once again, it became the target of the people of the kingdom. This kind of bathroom used the principle of cold and hot convection. Not only could it quickly heat the whole pool of water, but the hot air produced when boiling water could also be effectively used to heat the bathroom floor. It was convenient and comfortable. Soon, it was popularized in the kingdom. Ever since this kind of bathroom was built at home, Vespa fell in love with it. Taking a bath became a daily habit of his before going to bed every night. After listening to his daughter-in-law's words, Vespa nodded and looked at the bathroom on the side of the main building. Just as he was about to step in that direction, he suddenly felt that something was missing, so he asked, "Has Lysias come home from school?" School ended a little early today, but he went to play with Eunice and Apox. Princess Christoia asked him to stay for dinner, so he will come back later. This child has a good relationship with the royal family since he was a child. It seems that when he grows up in the future, we don't have to worry too much about him. Vespa sighed with relief for a while. Suddenly he turned his head and said, I want to resign as the rotating president of the Senate. What do you think?" Andrea was stunned for a moment. She looked at her father-in-law and asked softly, "Father, why do you suddenly have this idea?" "I'm getting old, and I don't have much energy left. There are too many things to handle in the kingdom, and I can't handle them all." Wespa sighed. Since he had already spoken his mind for a long time, he decided to continue. "I used to occupy this position because I wanted to give the Lucanians to give my family more benefits. Later on, Lucania municipality developed very well. Saima, Ureza, Lazaru, they all became senators, and our family also established a firm foothold in the kingdom. Bagul and assists have always been valued by His Majesty. I've long since given up on this position, but I'm still here. Do you know why?" Andrea had been with Wespa for more than 10 years, so she had a rough idea of what was going on. However, she shook her head, pretending not to know anything. "That's because of Butler," Wespa said heavily. He then looked at Andrea and said in a serious tone, "All these years, Bagul has been working outside, and the time he spends at home is too short. It's time for him to come back to Turiai and reunite with our family. But with his current position in the kingdom, other than the rotating president of the Senate, no other position is suitable for him. But it's not that easy to become the rotating president. Only one senator from Lucania can hold this position. If I quit early, it's very likely that another senator will take the position, and Bagul won't have a chance." At this point, Vespa thought of Himeng. He hesitated and said to his daughter-in-law, "You are so close to Princess Kristoya. Could you let her mention it to His Majesty when she has the chance? After I resign from the position of chairman, I can let Bagala take over. That way I can rest assured." Andrea heard this and felt awkward. Under Wespa's gaze, she said tactfully, "Father, as far as I know, His Majesty has a strict order not to let his family interfere with politics. Princess Kristoya has never mentioned this in front of His Majesty." Andrea saw Wespa's disappointed expression and quickly said, "But I'll try my best to get the princess to help me." "That's right. When Butler comes back, you and your wife can have a good reunion. I'm still waiting for another grandson." Wespa smiled. While the Sparta army was fighting hard in central Greece, King Agesilaus of Sparta was living his days leisurely in the rear. On this day, his good friend Xenophon came to visit him and was warmly welcomed. "Xenophon, you haven't come to see me for a long time. I thought you thought I was old and useless." Agesilaus held his arm excitedly and patted his shoulder with his other hand. "I've been busy writing about the Greek mercenary expedition to Persia. I just finished writing yesterday. So I came to visit you," Xenophon explained. "Mercenary expedition to Persia. You're talking about how you were hired by young Cyrus 20 years ago to help him fight against Artaxerxes, right? I wonder if I have the chance to read it?" Agesilaus asked with a smile. "King Agesilaus, you've been fighting in Asia Minor for many years and have a deep understanding of the Persia army. I'd like you to read it and help me point out any mistakes," Xenophon said seriously as he took out a book made of papyrus. "It's fine if you want us Sparta warriors to teach you how to lead an army to war, but isn't it a joke if you want us to teach you how to write?" Agesilaus teased. He laughed as he took the book and flipped through a few pages. Gradually, he was attracted by the words in the book and began to read attentively. Seeing this, Xenophon was more confident in the book he wrote. He sat quietly at the side and waited. After nearly half an hour, Agesilaus raised his head and rubbed his tired eyes. He looked at Xenophon and praised, "Very well written. Very interesting. If you weren't here, I would really want to finish reading it in one go. In that case, I can leave now." Xenophon pretended to be serious as he stood up. The two of them laughed. "You've told me about young Cyrus in the past and that you hold him in high regard. But in my opinion, at least in terms of military affairs, he's still relatively inexperienced. Otherwise, he wouldn't have risked his life and put the entire army in danger when he had the upper hand. Agesilaus patted the book on the table and expressed his opinion. Xenophon nodded and did not say anything. I've roughly flipped through it and realized that in this book, you've described more about the Devers than the others, and there are also many signs and prophecies about him. Agesilaus said, slowly as he touched the book. Xenophon said honestly, that's true. In fact, the Devers played an important role in the mercenaries breaking out of the siege of Persia's army and finally returning to Greece. Even Charles Thorpe's did not contribute as much as he did. This is an undeniable fact. But to me, I believe that the Devers have indeed received the blessing of Hades. Otherwise, it's hard to believe that a recruit from a village in Thessaly who has never received any education and almost never participated in a war suddenly became a smart, flexible, and calm general when our mercenaries were in a desperate situation. This should be God's blessing for our mercenaries, our fortune. Yes, it used to be the fortune of the mercenaries, but now it has become the biggest headache for Sparta. Agesilaus sighed. Xenophon did not say anything. He suddenly recalled the scene when he first met the Devers. The seemingly ordinary young man talked nonstop about the shortcomings of the regime in Athens and Sparta, and it really amazed him. He still remembered that when he could not help but ask, "Where is the best regime in the world today?" The young man merely smiled and did not answer. Could it be that the kingdom of Dionia today was the answer he gave? I've heard some news recently. The people who escaped from the other side of the Adriatic Sea to Peloponnesus more than 10 years ago are gathering an army and preparing to cross the sea to reclaim the territory they once lost. It is said that they have the support of Sparta. Although Dionia is currently at war, I don't think this is a very wise move for Sparta, Xenophon reminded tactfully. I also raised an objection in the Elder Council, but they did not listen. Sigh, you know my current situation, Agesilaus said, helplessly, looking a little down. Xenophon knew what he was referring to. A few months ago, Agesilaus defended Sfordelas, the general of the Sparta garrison in Thespia, who had plotted to attack the port of Piraeus in Athens, but failed, allowing Sfordelas to not receive any punishment. In the end, the angry people of Athens formed an alliance with the Thebes and declared war on Sparta. This made it difficult for the Sparta allies to fight in central Greece. The people of Sparta regretted it. They began to blame Agesilaus, believing that it was his protection that allowed the foolish Sfordelas to not be punished, resulting in the terrible situation today. Although the people of Sparta did not have as much influence on the government as other democratic city-states, their dissatisfaction still affected the Elder Council and the censor. The censor talked to Agesilaus and Sfordelas several times, wanting to investigate whether there had been any bribery between them. The Elder Council made a decision, claiming that Agesilaus, the king of Sparta, had served in the army for 40 years. The citizens of his generation had long since retired from the battlefield, but he still continued to fight for Sparta. This was truly admirable and a role model for the citizens. However, he was already in poor health, and now that he was getting old, for the sake of his health, the Elder Council decided not to let the honorable Agesilaus lead the army into battle anymore. The Elder Council said that it was for Agesilaus' good, but the current political system of Sparta had developed so much that the king did not have much power left. As the commander of Sparta, leading the army into battle was their greatest power and also their greatest source of prestige. Without it, Agesilaus was equivalent to being idle. Chapter 9:21. Although Xenophon did not agree with Agesilaus' actions of shielding the selfish and foolish general who attempted to plunder Athens, this was Agesilaus, a king who valued friendship very much. Xenophon had no choice but to comfort him. Now, Cleombrotus, another Sparta king, has led his allies to fight in central Greece for several months and has not been able to make much progress. If the war continues to be in a stalemate, it will not be beneficial for Sparta. Some of the city-states who were originally dissatisfied with Sparta might join the alliance of the Thebes of Athens and strengthen the resistance against Sparta. By then, the Sparta people may remember you again. Agesilaus did not respond to Xenophon's words. On the one hand, he did not want to see Sparta fall into such a predicament. On the other hand, he did not want to judge the performance of another Sparta king in central Greece and appear to be narrow-minded. So he changed the topic and said half jokingly and half seriously, "Xenophon, you are from Athens. Do you want Athens to be defeated?" Xenophon said seriously, "I do not want Athens to be defeated, nor do I want Sparta to be defeated. Athens and Sparta have their own strengths and complement each other. They should not be enemies. If the two city-states unite, then the whole of Greece can be united, and we can compete with other powerful forces in the Mediterranean." "Very good idea." Agesilaus looked at Xenophon and finally said. After sending Xenophon off, Agesilaus returned to the house and saw the book on the table. He was in a daze for a while. He did not tell Xenophon the truth about Sparta supporting the fugitives to counterattack Apulia, because he did not oppose it in the Council of Elders. More than 500 warships, 100,000 soldiers. Agesilaus muttered in a low voice. When he first heard about the number of troops that the kingdom of Dionia had sent after the outbreak of war, Carthage's side did the same. He was indeed frightened. He had carefully estimated that even if Peloponnesus, central Greece, and northern Greece were united, they would barely be able to gather such a huge number. However, Dionia could do it relatively easily. This made him feel fearful, because he knew very well that although Sparta and Dionia were still allies, due to the close distance between them and their ambitions, there would inevitably be a war due to the conflict of interests. Therefore, he hoped that Carthage would win this war. Although it was a foreign race, Persia was also a foreign race. Weren't they working well together now? After all, the current situation in the Western Mediterranean was different from the era when Dionysius dominated Sicily. Thinking of this, Agesilaus felt that time was running out again. Just as Xenophon said, Cleombrotus had led the army to fight in central Greece for so long, but there had been no significant progress so far. If this continued, it would be very disadvantageous for Sparta. Should he take some action? Due to the looting of Sparta's generals and their subsequent acquittal, Athens declared war on Sparta and formed an alliance with the Thebes. Soon Chios, Byzantium, Rhodes, Euboea, and other city-states joined this new alliance. This new alliance was named the Second Athens Alliance. After all, the establishment of the alliance was led by Athens, and most of the city-states that joined the alliance were city-states that had allied with Athens in recent years. In order to distinguish it from the Delian alliance established by Athens during the Peloponnesus War, the alliance declared that the purpose of the alliance was to protect the independence of the Greek states and resist the oppression of Sparta. In order to recruit and hire more soldiers to fight against Sparta, the Athens Assembly also passed a resolution to resume the collection of property taxes. In order to collect taxes more quickly and easily, the Athens government also reformed the collection method. The newly established Thebes government focused all its energy on military affairs. They relied on the strong city defense to resist the first wave of attack from the Sparta coalition. With the arrival of autumn, the soldiers of the Sparta coalition returned to their respective city-states to prepare for the autumn harvest. King Cleombrotus of Sparta had less than 3,000 Sparta warriors left under his command. He did not want to waste the precious Sparta warriors in the siege, so he temporarily led the army to retreat to Plataea. The Thebes government seized this precious time to mobilize the people of the city to surround the city of Thebes, digging trenches, building ramparts, taking all measures to strengthen the city defense to defend against the next attack of the Sparta coalition. At the same time, they also actively united with the neighboring city-states of Boeotia that had become independent and actively assisted them to strengthen their defense in order to block Sparta outside the territory of the Thebes. At the same time, the Sparta government also gathered the citizens in the city and conducted military training every day. The person in charge was Epaminondas. His outstanding performance in the previous battle had won the recognition and respect of the people of the city. Everyone actively participated in the training plan that he had formulated, and no one questioned the plan. However, Epaminondas was not satisfied with just defending the city of Thebes. He realized that only by defeating the Spartan in the battle could it be possible to completely remove the threat that Sparta posed to the Thebes. Only then could the Thebes usher in a real rise. Therefore, while he was busy training the citizens, he also made a new proposal to Pelopidas, which was to establish an elite heavy infantry company that could compete with the famous king's guard of Sparta in Greece. He even proposed that the Thebes should be composed of homosexual couples, based on the fact that there were more homosexuals among the citizens of Thebes. He believed that it was because of the intimate relationship between these couples that they could motivate each other in battle, help each other, and go through life and death together. Although homosexuals were highly respected in Greece, an army specifically composed of homosexuals had never appeared in any of the Greek states before. If this proposal was made in other Greek states or even Athens, it might be questioned by many people. However, the new Thebes government was composed of radicals led by Pelopidas. They were young, energetic, passionate, adventurous, and innovative. Therefore, when they realized that Epaminondas' plan could greatly enhance the combat effectiveness of the Thebes militia, they immediately approved it and carried it out. Pelopidas and Epaminondas personally selected the citizens of the city and soon formed a heavy infantry company of 300 people, 150 couples. These soldiers were about 20 years old, all born into noble families of Thebes, and basically all had undergone long-term training in wrestling schools. They were all tall, strong, and agile. Epaminondas began to give them more rigorous, heavy infantry training. In Sicily, Carthage's army officially began the attack on the territory of Ionia. Hasdrubal led 30,000 soldiers straight north from Gela and began the attack on Hina. At the same time, Margot personally led more than 50,000 soldiers from Camalina into the territory of Syracuse and set up camp in the northwest of the territory. Their target was Paragonia, which was not far from the camp. Syracuse also gathered more than 10,000 soldiers, led by General Philippus, through the Ixa Gate and attacked Tanis, which was not far to the north. The southern border of Ionia's territory in Sicily was attacked by 3 armies, but the cities of Sicily and their allies of Ionia did not panic, and they methodically defended according to their previous deployment. When Hasdrubal led his army to Hina, he was in a bit of a pickle. Not only was Hina built on a hill, it was also bordered by 2 sizable lakes to the north and south, which made it difficult for Carthage's army to surround it. His army could not spread out during the attack, and his advantage in numbers could not be fully utilized. At the beginning of the war, the governor of Hina, Crelu, under Leotychides' suggestion, mobilized the people and used the 2 lakes to dig a wider moat under the hill. This was an obstacle for the siege weapons of Carthage's army to approach the city. In addition, Leotychides sent 3,000 soldiers of the 8th Legion to Hina and the militia in Hina. There were more than 5,000 soldiers in the city. After several days of careful preparation, Hasdrubal began to attack the city with all his might. However, after a day of fierce fighting, he did not even manage to break through the top of the city wall. The attacks that followed were also failures. Due to the large number of casualties, Hasdrubal had to stop the attack and rest. Margot's army was also in trouble. For months, the Ionia soldiers who stayed in Paragonia had been building defensive facilities with the help of the people of Cadanae. They laid traps outside the village, built watchtowers outside the traps, dug trenches outside the watchtowers, and set traps outside the trenches. Like this, they extended for a few miles to the south, guarding the only flat area between the south coast and the mountains of Cadanae. In order to open up this road, Margot's army was tortured by the traps and harassed by the watchtower archers. After a few days, they only managed to clear less than 1/3 of the roadblocks, but the morale of the soldiers was low. After 2 days of rest, Margot finally decided to change the route of attack. He crossed the mountains and went to Leontini. On the east coast, Syracuse's army had already arrived at the city of Tanis, but it took them 5 days to build their camp. After the first attack failed, they stayed in the camp and did not make any movements. Saturnicum, the unfortunate Volsci town, was attacked and occupied by the people of Rome last year. This year, it was besieged by the Dionysian army for nearly 2 months. Recently, every day, the families of Rome's citizens, under the custody of the Dionysian army, would shout at the soldiers on the city wall to persuade them to surrender. Chapter 9:22. From them, the defending soldiers learned that Antium had been captured by the Dionysian army, and Saturnicum was the only 2 Rome towns that were still resisting. This caused a stir in the hearts of the soldiers. Under such circumstances, Quintus took the liberty of hiding from Camillus and disregarding the opposition of the other generals. He secretly led 4,000 soldiers out of the city at night in an attempt to attack the Dionia camp, hoping to win a victory to boost the morale of the soldiers. However, not long after they left the city, they were discovered by the mountain reconnaissance brigade's hidden sentries outside the camp. The Devers quickly mobilized the army to encircle and suppress them. Quintus saw that the situation was not good and hurriedly ordered a retreat. He personally led the army to stop the pursuing army. In the end, he died on the battlefield. Nearly half of the army he led were either killed, wounded, or captured. The failure of this sneak attack caused a great blow to the morale of the Rome soldiers. They began to doubt Camillus's words, "As long as we hold on, our chance will come," which they firmly believed in before. In September, when the people of other city-states were rejoicing, the city of Saturnicum seemed lifeless. The sentries on the city wall rarely patrolled back and forth. Most of them were leaning against the city wall, leaning or sitting, lost in their own thoughts. They rarely even talked to their teammates. On the streets of the city, filthy vomit could be seen everywhere, and soldiers lying on the sides of the road in 2s and 3s. The area outside the barracks for wounded soldiers in the square was packed with people. They ignored the pungent smell and the flying mosquitoes and insisted on seeing a doctor. Their heart-wrenching coughs could almost be heard throughout the entire square. In the bedroom of the Castellan's mansion, Camillus suddenly opened his eyes in a nightmare. The confidant slave who was standing restlessly in front of the bed immediately shouted with joy, "Sir, you are awake!" Camillus moved his neck with difficulty. He looked around and whispered in a hoarse voice, "Water, water!" The slave hurriedly picked up the water bottle that had been prepared, then held his head with one hand and fed him water. After Camillus drank some water, he felt a little better and asked in a low voice, "How long did I sleep this time?" Two days," the slave said with a slightly dejected expression. Hearing this, Camillus's face darkened. The time he spent unconscious was getting longer and longer, and he felt as if his organs were starting to decay. This gave him a sense of urgency. "What's the situation outside?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he realized that he was being silly. How could a slave know this? So he changed his words and asked, "Where is Lucius?" "Master Lucius is sick." The slave's body trembled. Camillus was taken aback. He was more concerned about Saturnicum than about his son, so he asked, "Go and get Titus." Titus was temporarily in charge of the army for him, and often reported to him. "Master Titus is sick too. He hasn't come to see you for 2 days," the slave said urgently. His face was pale. "Even Titus is sick." Camillus was stunned again. Decades of experience in the war had given him a sense of vigilance. He immediately asked, "And who's sick?" "Lord Licinius." "Lord Servius." "I heard that there are many soldiers." "Lord, could it be, could it be?" The slave's face was filled with panic and fear, but he did not dare to say the word. Camillus's face was frighteningly pale. He said in a deep voice, "Go get all the generals who are not sick. Cough, cough, immediately. You suspect it's the plague." Hearing the word from Meges' mouth, Camillus suddenly opened his cloudy eyes, and his dry throat let out the loudest sound he had ever made since he woke up. Even though he had a trace of suspicion before, he still did not want to believe it was true. "Lord Dictator." Meges, who had been on the battlefield for a long time, looked very panicked at the moment. he said with a trembling voice. "In my decades of military career, I have seen 1 or 2 plagues, and this time this is very similar to the previous ones. The same fever, headache, vomiting, diarrhea, weakness, and soldiers are constantly showing the same symptoms." Camillus closed his eyes in pain. Megis, Aulus, and the other generals did not speak any more. They all looked helplessly at the old man who had completely lost the ability to move. After a long time, Camillus slowly opened his eyes and stared blankly at the ceiling. His face was full of sadness. He murmured, "The great Jupiter, are you going to give up on Rome?" As soon as he finished speaking, all the generals in the room shed tears. Camillus turned his head with difficulty and looked at the generals surrounding his bed. His expression was terrifyingly calm. Surrender to Olivia, Aulus, Megis, and the other generals were shocked when they heard this. They subconsciously objected loudly. "Lord Dictator, we must not surrender. We can still continue to fight." Camillus let out a long sigh and said in a low voice, "Before the plague spreads to the whole city, surrender to Dionia. At least we can save the lives of some people. This is Camillus's last order as the dictator of Rome." After saying this, he closed his eyes. 2 streams of turbid tears flowed down his face. The room was silent. After a while, the generals walked out of the bedroom. Each of them was thinking about their own matters and walked out of the governor's mansion in silence. Are we really going to listen to the dictator's order and surrender to Dionia? A general finally could not help but ask loudly, "What else can we do if we don't surrender? We are trapped in the city with nowhere to run. In the end, we will only be infected by the plague. Our souls will not be able to find peace after we die." Another general could not bear the pressure in his heart and lost control of his emotions. He raised his head and looked at the sky. He loudly questioned the god he worshipped. "Jupiter, aren't you the protector of Rome? Now that Rome is about to fall, where are you?" When the others heard this, no one went to stop their colleagues' blasphemous behavior. Instead, they looked even more sorrowful. At this time, Aulus suddenly said, "The plague can infect the soldiers of Rome. Of course, it can also infect the people of Dionia. We can use the opportunity of surrendering to let the Diorians also get infected by the plague. Maybe this will be a turning point for Rome." Megis and the others were stunned. Their eyes immediately lit up. The main force of the Dionysian army was under the city. If they were infected by the plague and most of the soldiers died, would they still have the ability to control the Latin region that they had just conquered? In the big tent of the Dionia camp, the Devers were reading a battle report that had just been sent from Campania. Soon, a smile appeared on his face. "Your Majesty, is it Alexis who sent good news?" Henoborus asked softly with some curiosity. "The great leader of the Pentni has sent a messenger to Alexis, asking for a truce and peace. The Catini have also sent a messenger to Xanthoparis, expressing the same intention." The Devers patted his arm lightly with the letter in his hand. His tone was very light. "There are no Caracini?" Henoborus asked. Among the 4 major Samni tribes, the Caracini are the most conservative and stubborn, but they are also the weakest. This time, their losses are not small. They think that we can't do anything to them because they are hiding in the mountains. Don't forget, without the help of other tribes, the neighboring mountain tribes, such as the Maxi and the Hernesai, will be very willing to settle old scores with them. The Devers smiled contemptuously. "At that time, the Caracini will take the initiative to find us." As he spoke, he handed the battle report in his hand to Henoborus, then asked Crotocatax beside him, "Crotocatax, how do you think we should deal with the 2 Samni tribes, Catini and Pentni?" Since the Devers had already described his initial plan of dealing with the 4 major Samni tribes, Crotocatax had also thought about it carefully these days. Therefore, in the face of the Devers' test, he said with some confidence, "Father, the Samni were once our allies, but they tore up the alliance, started a war, and wantonly plundered the people of the kingdom and the allies. Therefore, this time, we must increase the punishment and control of the Samanai tribe to prevent them from rebelling again in the future. My suggestion is that the chief of Pentni and Kautini must go to Turiai to receive severe punishment, and the other tribal chiefs must also be punished accordingly. At the same time, the tribes must offer hostages. Like you said before, Father, the Pentni and Kautini tribes must become the vassals of the kingdom. All the land of Kautini that we have now will belong to the kingdom. The Kautini tribe will only keep the land north of the Volturno River as a buffer between the kingdom and the Sidicini, Oronkai, and other mountain tribes. The new chief of the Kautini tribe must be chosen from the original Niconia tribe. We have not captured much of Pentni's land, but Pentni must cede the mountains adjacent to Downey so that we can build a city there. Also, these two tribes must not restrict the priests of the kingdom from building temples in the mountains, and must not restrict the people of the kingdom from trading with the Samanai tribes. Your Majesty, Prince Clotho's explanation is very comprehensive and meticulous. Tormid praised. The Devers smiled and nodded. It seems that after the last examination, although you have been busy with me in Latin these days, you have also been thinking about how to deal with the Samanai tribe. In this suggestion, you have completely considered the problem from the perspective of the kingdom's interests. The plan you gave is more detailed, specific, and operable. Very good. Chapter 9:23. Receiving his father's praise, Crotocatax showed a happy smile. It's just that. The Devers paused and said gently, I used to say that you're too gentle, but this time you're a little more intense. Kautini's chief, Segavani, has been captured by us, and his head has been chopped off to appease the Naconians and Campanians. However, punishing Pentini and the chiefs of the two tribes may make the people happy, but in fact it may cause the people of the two tribes to be dissatisfied, making the Samanai war unable to end soon. This is not what we want. You have to know that the tradition of the Samanai people is to respect the strong. Pentini and these tribal chiefs lost the war and lost their land, so they will lose prestige and appeal among their people. If we forgive them and support them to continue to be tribal chiefs, not only will we get their gratitude, but it will also be more beneficial for us to control the Samanai people. We can add a clause to the covenant. The chief of the Samanai tribes must be confirmed by the kingdom before he can officially exercise power in the tribe. This way we can establish the kingdom's authority in the Samanai tribes. Of course, you propose that the new chief of Kautini be chosen from the Naconians. Very good. I think we can let the young chief of Niconia, who first rose against the Kautini in the Battle of Lola, be called. Your Majesty, his name is Vasink. He belongs to the second largest tribe in the Niconia region of Angam. He has just been elected as the tribal chief by the people because his father was killed by Segavani. However, he seems a little too young, only 20 years old. Tormid gave a brief introduction of this person's situation and reminded them, it doesn't matter if he's young. As long as he trusts Dionia, then Dionia will support him, and he can become the chief. The Devers said proudly, Your Majesty is right. In the future, the Samanai tribe will not be able to survive in the mountains without the support of the kingdom. Henneborus expressed his support loudly. Clotocatax and Tormid were deep in thought. In addition, there's another very important thing that I forgot to mention last time. Crodo, you didn't notice it either. This time, the reason why the Samanai people were able to start the war, other than the agreement of the four chiefs, who else played a big role in it? Devers asked again. High Priest Salmonet. Clotocatax blurted out. That's right. High Priest Samani and his priest group are above all tribes and have a great influence on the Samani tribe. I even suspected that they were the main instigators of this war, because the kingdom's Hades priests entered the mountainous region to spread their faith, which violated their fundamental interests. Therefore, we must ask them to disband the priest group, and each tribe will elect their own high priest. Similarly, it must be confirmed by the kingdom. The holding of the Samanai Savone sacrificial ceremony must be coordinated by the kingdom. and the 4 high priests will take turns presiding over it. Croto-Katax carefully pondered over what the Devers said, understanding the use of political wisdom in it. He nodded frequently, but he was also a little doubtful. Father, this involves the Samanai people's faith and tradition for many years. I'm afraid they won't agree easily. Gurney will definitely agree. The Abalumians have been bullied by the priest group, and I'm afraid they have long wanted their own high priests of own. The Kaputini people have to agree because this tribe has suffered heavy losses and is almost destroyed. The Pentine people have to agree because their central town has been besieged for so long and is about to be attacked. As long as we change the tradition, we can exchange it for the survival of the tribe. I think they will agree in the end. As for Caracini, the Devers sneered. The other tribes have their own high priests, and the Samanai priests they have can only be used for themselves. The Samanai race originated from Caracini's territory, and there is a sacred mountain there, which is also where the Samanai priests are entrenched. If we don't solve this problem while the Samanai people are at their weakest, the Samanai people may bring a lot of trouble to the kingdom in the future. I understand. Croto-Katax replied with great sincerity. Henny, write a letter to Alexis based on the contents of my conversation with Clotho, and let him talk to the Pentine and Kaputini people according to the letter. The Devers finished speaking, but there was no response. Father, Uncle Henny just went out. Croto-Katax pointed outside the tent and reminded the Devers. The tent flap was lifted, and Henneborus walked in again. Your Majesty, there are 2 more battle reports. One is from the 3rd Fleet, and the other is from Sicily. Oh! The Devers took the letter and opened it. The joy on his face disappeared in the blink of an eye. Your Majesty, is it bad news? Henneborus asked curiously. It's not too bad. The Devers quickly calmed down and said calmly, the infantry of the 3rd Fleet went ashore to attack a Phoenician village in Sardinia, but they encountered the prepared Phoenician army. The battle broke out, and the 3rd Fleet lost more than 400 people. Fortunately, they managed to retreat in the end. More than 400 people. That's not a small loss. Henneborus was a little shocked. The Devers knew that Sardinia was different from Corsica. It was a large island with a large area of land, many large rivers, and fertile hills and plains, which could be used for grazing and farming. Therefore, there were many Phoenicians on this island, and they had established St. Iberia, Albia, Saros, Calaris, Nora, Swerki. These were relatively large city-states. They had enough young and middle-aged citizens to build an army of more than 10,000 people. The news of the 3rd Fleet conquering Alenia could not be hidden from the Phoenicians of Sardinia, which was not far from Corsica. It was normal for them to be prepared. However, Middle-Ades had underestimated them because of their previous victory. After suffering such a setback, he would be more clear-headed in his future actions. Your Majesty, how should we reply? Henneborus asked. Just say that I already know. I hope that they can learn from their mistakes and be more flexible and cautious in future military operations. We have to use the advantage of the Navy to expand the scope of the attack to the entire island so that the Phoenicians cannot predict the 3rd Fleet's movements. Father, are we not going to send reinforcements to support the 3rd Fleet? Croto-Katax interrupted. The Phoenicians of Sardinia have been protected by Carthage for many years. They are greedy for peace and only want to protect their own territory. They have no ambition, and they will not pose any threat to us. This is not a problem that we need to solve urgently. The 3rd Fleet will be enough to hold them off. The Devers waved another letter in his hand and sighed softly. Our biggest threat still comes from Sicily. Although the news that Thurian is still alive has given me joy. Miltiades has died in battle. The 4th Fleet has been crippled. The friendly cities on the south coast of Sicily have fallen one after another, and Syracuse has suddenly sent troops to declare war. All these bad news make me feel uneasy. The Carthage army, led by Margot, is very imposing. Our Sicilian territory will be violently attacked by them, the Devers said worriedly. After putting the letter on the table with a solemn expression, He did not say anything else. Instead, he put his hands behind his back and paced back and forth in the tent. Henoboris picked up the letter curiously and read it carefully. Clotocatax was not as bold as him. After all, he had received military training and understood military law. He knew that peeking at military intelligence without permission would be severely punished. Hence, even though he was curious, he only glanced at Henoboris. The Carthage army and Syracuse have launched an attack on our Sicilian territory together. Hena, Paragonia, and Tanis have been attacked at the same time. Henoboris said softly to Clotocatax after reading the letter, "How many enemies are there?" The letter says that there are at least 100,000 people participating in the attack. Our army in Sicily only has a little more than 20,000 people, right? To be precise, there are about 30,000 people from the 7th and 8th Legions and the Sicilian Legion's reserves. The two of them discussed in low voices. The Devers stopped and said, "Clotho, go and call Tormid over. It seems that it's time to take down Saturnicum." "Yes." Clotocatax walked out of the tent excitedly. "Your Majesty, isn't it a little too early to attack Saturnicum now? The last time we attacked Antium, although the Rome army only had 3,000 defending soldiers, we still paid a heavy price. There are more Rome soldiers in Saturnicum than in Antium." Henoboris couldn't help but remind him. According to the observation of the scouts in the mountain, the number of patrols on the city walls has decreased significantly. When the families of the Rome soldiers persuaded them to surrender, they leaned on the battlements and listened. Their officers didn't stop them either. This has never happened before. It means that the morale of the defending soldiers in Rome has dropped significantly. I originally thought that the defending soldiers in Rome would surrender on their own, but we can't wait any longer. The sooner we end the war here, the sooner we can rescue Sicily. The Devers' tone was firm. Henoboris didn't try to persuade him anymore. Instead, he followed the Devers' instructions and started to write a reply to Alexis. At this time, the captain of the palace guards, Marcius, walked into the tent and said, "Your Majesty, Legion Commander Martones wishes to see you for an important matter." "Let him in." Martones walked into the tent happily and said loudly, "Your Majesty, Saturnicum has sent an envoy from Rome. They are requesting to surrender." Chapter 9:24. "What did you say?" Devers thought they had misheard. "Your Majesty, we don't have to attack Saturnicum anymore. The people of Rome are about to surrender." Henopolis repeated joyfully. The reason why the Devers lost their composure just now was because once Saturnicum surrendered, the lady, who had less than 3,000 soldiers, would not be able to defend the city alone. It was almost certain that Rome would be completely destroyed. Devers felt like he was in a dream when he thought about how Rome, which had dominated the Mediterranean Sea in his previous life, would soon be destroyed by him. He pressed his hand on the hard table to calm himself down. Then he said in a deep voice, "Summon all the senior generals to the main tent. Let them witness the moment of Rome's surrender." Aulus was dressed in a white linen shirt with a fitted dark red leather armor. He also had a bright red robe draped over his shoulders. The corner of the robe was pulled over his left arm, and he held a papyrus scroll on a wooden spool in his hand. There was originally a short sword hanging from his waist, but it was removed by the guards before he entered the tent. Thus he placed his right hand on his waist, raised his head, and walked resolutely into the Dionia tent. As soon as he entered the tent, he saw 9 people standing on both sides. Most of them were wearing black military uniforms and helmets with purple and red tassels. Aulus had led the army to fight for Dionia for several months, and he knew that those who wore such attire were high-ranking generals of the Dionysian army. However, one of them was wearing the attire of a Roman officer, and he also had the appearance of a Roman. Aulus felt that this person was somewhat familiar, and he immediately thought that this person might be the commander of the Roman rebel army, Sextus, who was often scolded by the soldiers. He took a deep look at him. Sextus met his gaze without avoiding it. Aulus immediately collected his thoughts and focused his gaze on the center. The king of Dionia was also dressed in military attire, sitting upright on a wooden chair and looking at him with a serious expression. Aulus immediately bowed and said in Greek, "Honorable king of Dionia, I am the envoy sent by the dictator of Rome, Camillus. I am the commander of the Roman army, Aulus Comnenius Casus. On the orders of Lord Camillus, I present you our letter of surrender." The Devers were surprised. Letter of surrender? As for surrendering, aren't you going to raise some conditions and come to an agreement before surrendering? He surrendered just like that? The reason is stated in the letter. You'll understand after reading it. Aulus raised the wooden scroll in his hand. Henoborus quickly took the scroll and handed it to the Devers. While the Devers were reading it carefully, Oliver suddenly chuckled and said to Georges beside him, "Looking at the attitude of this envoy from Rome when he walked into the tent, I thought he was here to tell us that the people of Rome wanted to fight to the death with us. I didn't expect him to be here to surrender." Georges considered the mood of the envoy from Rome and did not reply. However, Matones said, "That's right, it's really disappointing." The siege on the war horse was about to begin, and the brothers were still looking forward to breaking the city and making contributions. Aulus turned a deaf ear to the mocking words between the high-ranking generals of Dionia. He only stared at the Devers in front of him while suppressing the nervousness in his heart. It was not that he and Megis had not considered sending an envoy to negotiate first, raise some conditions, and finally come to an agreement to surrender. This would be more beneficial to them and would also be less likely to arouse the suspicions of the people of Dionia. However, the plague had spread too quickly in the city. In just one day of their negotiation, many soldiers had fallen sick, and using the method of negotiation would undoubtedly waste too much time. By the time the surrender agreement was reached, most of the people in the city would probably have fallen, and it would be impossible to hide it from the people of Dionia. Therefore, they chose to use the name of Camillus to write a letter of surrender. This could speed up the process. So that's how it is. The Devers placed the letter on the table, looked at Aulus, and said, "Your rations have run out, and many of the soldiers of Rome have lost their will to fight." They actually ran to Camillus's residence and caused a ruckus, demanding that the city gates be opened to let them go home. "Aulus, is the situation in Rome really that bad?" "From what I remember, the people of Rome are tenacious and will not surrender easily. When the Celts occupied Rome, didn't you also defend Capitoline for half a year? Why did you surrender so easily this time?" The invasion of the Gauls was completely different from this one. The brutality of the Gauls made all the city-states and races in Latin angry. But you people of Dionia! Aulus glanced at Sextus and sighed unwillingly. "I have to admit, you people are able to make many city-states surrender to you, including a large number of civilians in Rome. Right now, we can only fight alone. I can't see any hope." Aulus' words came from the bottom of his heart. The Devers looked at him and asked, "How is your dictator, Camillus? I heard that he fainted during the battle, and he has already fallen into a coma." Aulus calmly said, "Lord Camillus is not in a coma. He is only paralyzed and bedridden, but his mind is clear. He can speak, give orders, and command deployments without any problems." This letter was written under his dictation. Henoborus suddenly asked, "In the letter you said that there is a shortage of rations in the city, but from your complexion, it doesn't seem like there is a shortage of rations." Aulus raised his head again. "I have already introduced myself. I am the commander of the army. If the commander of the army is starving, how can I command the soldiers to fight? Don't the generals of the Roman army suffer together with the soldiers?" Georges couldn't help but ask. "The Senate of Rome has such a rule, but it depends on the cultivation of the generals of Rome. This person belongs to the Comnenius clan, which is the largest noble in Rome." Sextus suddenly said, "Ha! I really didn't expect there to be a Roman in the big tent of Dionia." Aulus said contemptuously, Aulus said contemptuously, but in his heart he was grateful to Sextus for explaining for him. In this letter, Camillus believes that I can give the surrendered soldiers of Rome a good way out. Devers pointed at the letter, smiled, and said, "Since you belong to the Cominius clan, I believe you have heard from the families of Rome about how we deal with the surrendered nobles of Rome. For a large clan like the Cominius, it will be completely broken up and scattered to various places in the kingdom. Can you accept this?" Aulus' expression changed, but he immediately said proudly, "I believe that the people of our clan can live well anywhere we go." Devers nodded slightly and asked, "About the surrender, have all the soldiers in the city already known and completely accepted it?" They did not clearly express their opposition. When Devers heard this, he no longer had any doubts in his heart. He raised his eyes and glanced at the generals around him. Then he raised his voice and said, "Well, let us talk about how to accept your surrender and the arrangements after the war." Aulus heaved a sigh of relief. Devers left Tormid and Henneborus behind and began to discuss the surrender with Aulus. After Matones, Olivers, and the other generals walked out of the tent, they began to discuss the surrender of the defenders of Saturnicum. They all seemed to be regretful and excited. They were regretful because they could not personally lead the army to attack Saturnicum and completely defeat the Rome army. They were excited because the war in Rome was about to end, which meant that the army would soon move south to fight against the powerful Carthage army. At this moment, Matones saw Catissus, the captain of his army, hurrying towards the tent. Behind him was Stesichordas, the head of the medical camp and an elder of the Senate. Catissus, who was anxious, also saw his superior. He hurried over, and before Matones could ask, he whispered a few words into his ears. Matones' expression changed drastically. He immediately looked at Stesichordas and asked, "Are you sure?" "There's only one person." "I can't be completely sure," Stesichordas said with a serious expression. "Come, follow me to see His Majesty." Matones said and rushed toward the tent. Although the other generals did not know what was going on, they also felt that something important had happened, so they quickly followed behind him. Aulus wanted to end things quickly, so the negotiations progressed very quickly. When everything was settled, he let out a sigh of relief and quickly stood up, preparing to bid farewell to King Devers. Matones quickly walked into the tent and rushed to the Devers side. He whispered a few words to him. "Your Majesty!" The smile on the Devers' face was immediately covered by a layer of frost. He knocked on the table with his fingers, making rapid and forceful sounds. A moment later, he looked at Aulus with a sharp and dignified gaze. His voice was slow and powerful as he said, "Aulus, there's a plague in Saturnicum." "What?" Henneborus, Tormid, and the others exclaimed in shock. Aulus felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. It turned out that after Aulus, Megis, and the others finished their conspiracy, they took into consideration that Aulus could speak Greek, so they made him the messenger. As a great noble of Rome, Aulus believed that even if it was a fake surrender, it could not tarnish the prestige of Rome. It had to be carried out according to the traditional etiquette of Rome. Otherwise, it would arouse the suspicion of the enemy. Therefore, he chose a group of soldiers who were checked to be healthy as his followers. He also strictly asked them not to talk about anything happening in Saturnicum after they entered the Daionia camp. After these people were allowed to enter the Daionia camp, Aulus went to meet the Devers. The small group of Rome soldiers were left near the entrance of the camp. They were surrounded by many Daionia soldiers, which made them nervous. Chapter 9:25. One of the Roman soldiers had a mild fever before they set off, but he did not say it out loud. This was because any soldier who had a fever in the past 2 days would be transferred out of the original team and disappeared without a trace. As a result, after he entered the Daionia camp, he was extremely nervous. Coupled with the fact that he had been standing still for a long time, his body was rapidly exhausted. He suddenly began to vomit and fainted on the ground. When the other Roman soldiers saw this, it was as if they had seen a ghost. They fled in panic. Although Aulus, Megis, and the others had taken some measures in the city to slow down the spread of the plague and forbid the soldiers from spreading rumors to prevent chaos. There were too many soldiers who had fainted in the past 2 days. The soldiers had more or less heard about it. The abnormal behavior of the Roman soldiers immediately attracted the attention of the Dionia team. Besides, Dionia also had the obligation to treat the Roman soldiers who had fainted on the ground, so they called for a doctor. The doctor was none other than Kratos, who was praised by the Devers on the Medical Forum of Greece for his ability to study. For the past 2 years, he had been learning from Hippocrates, who had stayed in Thurii and specialized in medicine. Hippocrates had a deep understanding of the plague, so Kratos naturally had a deep accumulation of medical knowledge in this area. However, because there had not been a plague in the kingdom of Dionia so far, he had not had the opportunity to put his theory into practice. After carefully examining the physical condition of the soldier who had fainted and the vomit, Kratos was suspicious. He was so excited that he immediately called for Stesichodes to confirm it. The two exchanged opinions on the spot and finally decided to report it to the Devers immediately. When Kratos learned about the situation at the scene, he was shocked. He wanted to immediately bring his men to arrest these Roman soldiers and interrogate them. However, considering that doing so would cause a serious diplomatic incident, he immediately separated these Roman soldiers and rushed to the main tent with Stesichodes. In the end, the Devers suddenly lied to Aulus, and he let the cat out of the bag. Despite his subsequent denials, the Devers threatened that if Aulus did not tell the truth, Dionia would not accept the surrender of the garrison of Saturnicum and would leave them to be destroyed by the plague within the city. Under the pressure, Aulus had to admit that Saturnicum might have been attacked by the plague. However, he immediately argued that this was just the beginning and the situation was not serious, so they did not pay too much attention to it. Divers, on the other hand, told him sternly that the kingdom of Dionia's medical expertise was very advanced, and they had a lot of experience in curing plagues. However, everyone in Saturnicum had to follow Dr. Dionia's instructions to be saved. In the end, Aulus, whose plot had been exposed, chose to surrender because there were quite a number of Comnenius clansmen among the defenders. He obediently began to discuss with Henneborus, Tormid, and the medical chief Stesichodes about the treatment of the defenders after their surrender. After that, Aulus dejectedly brought the agreement back to the city and discussed it with Megis and the others. After Aulus left, the Devers immediately announced that the entire Dionia camp was on high alert. Stesichodes was to lead the doctors of the entire camp to examine the physical conditions of all the soldiers in the camp in detail. The focus was on the Roman soldiers who had sneaked out of the city, and they were to be isolated. At the same time, the engineering camp led the soldiers to boil a large amount of quicklime and sprinkled it around the camp again. The supply camp was to make countless thick linen strips for the soldiers to cover their mouths and noses with and wear them all day. All competitions and training were to be stopped immediately. The soldiers were not allowed to gather together, and they were to wear them in tents during the day as much as possible. In addition, they were to eliminate the rats and mosquitoes in the camp. In fact, some of the measures had always been strictly followed by the Dionysian army. This time, it was just re-emphasized. The Devers also ordered the soldiers in the camp to take turns to build 3 simple, smaller camps further away from the camp. The Devers also asked the officers of the various legions to tell the soldiers honestly that there was a plague in the city of Saturnicum, and the defenders would surrender. They did not have to be afraid. The doctors had made meticulous preparations. His Majesty also prayed to Hades and received blessings. Since the founding of Dionia, the Devers had always attached great importance to the development of medical care in the kingdom. Through the health knowledge he had from his previous life, he also knew that the plague was actually an acute infectious disease. As long as the environment was kept clean and as much as possible, the source of the plague, such as rats, mosquitoes, and corpses, should be reduced as much as possible. Lime was a cheap and effective disinfection material. Therefore, in this era of frequent plagues, it was entirely possible to reduce the occurrence of plague in the kingdom. It was precisely because he had always insisted on teaching the doctors about this aspect in the kingdom and forcefully promoted it as the king. In addition, with the addition of Hippocrates, who had rich experience in treating plague, the kingdom of Dionia had never had a plague. Even during the drought last year, due to the attention paid by the entire kingdom, the people managed to avoid the common practice of a great plague must follow a great disaster. Therefore, at this time, most of the soldiers in the camp had only heard of the horror of the plague, but had not personally experienced it. In addition, with the personal guarantee of the Devers, a descendant of Hades, they did not panic. The order of the whole camp was still relatively stable. A day later, the defenders of Saturnicum officially surrendered to Dionia. The dictator of Rome, Camillus, also died of illness after the announcement of the surrender. The news of his death quickly spread throughout the city. All the soldiers of Rome and the residents of Saturnicum fell into grief. When the city gate opened, Camillus's body was placed on a carriage. It was the first to be carried out, followed by a team of Rome soldiers. They looked sad and nervous. They were not wearing armor or carrying any weapons. They only wore plain mourning clothes. The soldiers of Dionia were fully dressed in military attire, holding shields and spears in their hands. They covered their mouths and noses with linen. They lined up in 2 dense rows from the city gate to the newly built camp. In the middle was a spacious road. The soldiers of Rome marched along the road. When they were about to reach the end, they were stopped. The Devers brought the generals to the front of the carriage. The Devers looked at the withered body of Camillus lying in the carriage. He solemnly bowed to the father of Rome in his previous life. The generals and ministers behind him naturally followed suit. When the soldiers of Rome saw this scene, although they did not understand the meaning of the gesture, they could deeply feel the respect the king and ministers of Dionia had for Camillus. So they quieted down one after another. At this time, the Devers, who were also covered in linen, turned to face the generals and officials of Dionia. He pulled down his mask and said in a clear voice, "Camillus, a citizen of Rome. Since he came of age, he has continuously participated in the wars between Rome and the surrounding city-states, and he has made many contributions in the battles. More than 20 years ago, the strength of the people of Rome increased, and they began to attack their most important enemy, Venus. When the generals of Rome were helpless to capture Venus, the Senate of Rome appointed Camillus as the commander-in-chief. After careful planning, he finally captured Venus, which was a city no smaller than Rome. However, his achievements were envied by some citizens of Rome. So, someone accused him of corruption and blasphemy in the General Assembly. As a result, the people who did not know the truth actually passed the proposal. According to the law of Rome, if he was convicted, he would be expelled. Although Camillus was angry at the result, he still accepted the punishment. He left Rome and settled in the nearby city-state of Latium. More than a decade ago, the Celts invaded the south and occupied Rome. Worried about his mother state, Camillus called on the people of Latium to rise up against the Celts' invasion. In the battle with the Celts, he gradually organized an army and finally defeated the Celts. When the people of Rome were grateful to Camillus for recovering Rome and bestowed him with great glory, he was thinking about how the people of Rome could defeat the powerful Celts in the future. So he did not sit back and enjoy the credit, but chose a difficult path. He wanted to reform the centuries-old military tradition, create a new military system, and make the army of Rome stronger and more effective. In the end, he succeeded. After the reform of the military system of Rome, the Roman army, trained by the Roman army, repeatedly won the war against the surrounding forces. Every time Rome encountered difficulties and danger, the first person the people thought of was Camillus. And Camillus, regardless of his old body, repeatedly responded to the call of the Senate and led the people of Rome to conquer the East and the West. They were invincible, so that in less than 10 years after the recovery of Rome, Rome became the overlord of central Italy and the nightmare of other races. The Devers looked at the bright red flag of Rome on the carriage and said with emotion, "If there was no kingdom of Dionia in the land of Italy, perhaps Rome, The Latin city-state that was nurtured by the Tiber River would continue to grow stronger under the new military system established by Camillus. It might even become the overlord of Italy and the overlord of the western Mediterranean Sea. Amyntas, Metones, Lazzaro, and the other generals behind divers were slightly dissatisfied when they heard this, but they did not dare to interrupt on such an occasion. Aulus, who was behind the carriage, was stunned when he heard this. He did not expect the king of Dionia to be so optimistic about Rome. He suddenly seemed to understand why the king of Dionia dared to ignore Carthage's attack and personally led the army to attack Rome, which did not have a direct conflict of interest with the kingdom of Dionia. But would Rome really have as good a future as he said? Aulus was fascinated, but when he recalled the current situation, he could not help but sigh heavily. Chapter 9:26. Megis, who was next to him, pushed him and whispered, "What are you waiting for? Help us translate. What did he say?" The Devers heard the whispers around him, but he did not care and continued. "After our army landed in Latin and captured Rome, this old dictator of Rome was still fighting tenaciously. He even ignored the danger his family was in. Even though he was seriously ill and bedridden, he still fought with all his might to recapture Rome. Even if he fought until the last moment of his life, he did it for the safety of the citizens of Rome. He did not care about his reputation and wrote the letter of surrender. Camillus has always loved his motherland and dedicated his strength to the people of his motherland. He is the hero of Rome. He should also be the role model for the generals and officials of Dionia to learn from. May his soul return to the kingdom of God and find peace." After the Devers finished speaking with a solemn expression, he raised his hands, palms facing the sky, and bowed again. Aulus did not expect that a foreign king would have such a high evaluation of Camillus. This made his face slightly hot. He could not help but think of the secret plot with Quintus to seize Camillus's command of the army. He could not help but feel guilty. He loudly translated what the Devers said. After Megis and the others heard it, they all looked sad and knelt on the ground. For a moment, the sound of crying shook the sky. The Devers turned around and put away his solemn expression. He said to Tormid, "Let's start according to the agreement." Soon, many Dionia doctors wearing long robes and cloth covered their faces entered the army of Rome. They carried out a detailed medical examination on these soldiers. Any soldiers and citizens of Rome who had any abnormalities would be brought to the newly built camp by the heavily armed soldiers of Dionia. They were not allowed to go out, and the doctors of Dionia would be responsible for the special treatment and care of them. The rest of the Rome soldiers and civilians who did not notice any problems were brought to another newly built camp. They were also not allowed to go out. The doctors of the Dionia would check on them from time to time. If they found any abnormalities, they would immediately be sent to the camp where the patients were staying for treatment. Due to the respect shown by the king of Devers and the others to Camillus, the people of Rome avoided a lot of conflicts during the inspection and escort process. Of course, this was also related to their helplessness after knowing that the plague was spreading in the city. The doctors and soldiers busied themselves for most of the day, and finally, the people of Rome settled into their respective camps. However, their work was not over yet. There were still many wounded Rome soldiers lying on the ground near the city gate. They would be carried to another newly built camp for the medical camp to treat and observe them patiently. After all of this was done, some heavily armored Dionia soldiers entered the city and poured tar everywhere in the city. They were going to burn the entire city down. This was the fastest way to eliminate the source of the plague. After reaching an agreement with Aulus, the Devers immediately sent someone to inform the Volsci people in the south that the city of Saturnicum would be burned down. When the Volsci people heard that there was a plague in Saturnicum, their expressions immediately changed. They were afraid that they would not be able to resist. At the same time that the entire city of Saturnicum was set ablaze, Camillus's body was also cremated in front of Aulus, Megis, and the other Rome generals. Aulus and the others felt a sense of loss. They stared blankly at the blazing fire as if Rome was slowly turning into ashes like Camillus's body. Everyone shed tears because of this. When the Devers saw the dejected generals of Rome being escorted to the camp by the soldiers, he could not help but frown and sigh. This sudden plague will delay us a lot of time. After all, the Devers did not study medicine in his previous life. He did not know how long the incubation period of the plague was. To be on the safe side, he asked the army in the camp to continue to stay there for the full 15 days. On the one hand, he would supervise the other Rome soldiers in the other camps to prevent them from escaping. On the other hand, he would also observe if there were any sick soldiers among the Daionia soldiers, so that they could be isolated and treated in time. At this time, Tormid advised with concern, "Your Majesty, it is enough to have us here. You should stay in Rome and stabilize the order of the entire occupied area. At the same time, you should plan for the war against the Carthage people." "Tormid is right, Your Majesty. The last army of Rome has surrendered. Only Valette is left. There is nothing to worry about. The war in Latin is finally over. It is enough to have us here. You should return to Rome." Olivers also quickly advised. The Devers waved his hand and said in a firm tone, "We have discussed this matter. There is no need to persuade me any more. I will stay with you and the soldiers. We will get through this together." After that, he looked at Clotho-Catax and asked, "Clotho, what about you?" Clotho-Catax replied without hesitation, "Father, you once said, 'The people have given the royal family great glory, but at the same time, it also means that we have to bear great responsibility. I will not be a deserter. I will stay here too." "Well said." The Devers showed a gratified smile. "Today's work is over. Everyone hurry up and go home." Storo stood beside the engineer of Daionia and translated his words into Latin. The people of Rome who were demolishing the dilapidated houses on both sides of the street immediately put down the tools in their hands and cheered. The engineer solemnly reminded them again, "Be early tomorrow." The people of Rome promised loudly and then scattered in all directions. Storo did not leave immediately. He quietly watched the people of Daionia, who had just arrived in Rome not long ago. Like the people of Rome, they were also rebuilding the streets. They carefully put away all the construction tools. After their leader asked the engineer about the construction schedule for the next day, they discussed together and confirmed the time for tomorrow's assembly. After clarifying the tasks that each person was responsible for, they left together. When they left, the people of Daionia even shouted at him in a friendly manner, "Storo, let's go and play football together." Storo rejected them with a smile. After the young people of Daionia moved to Rome, they also brought the sport of football to Rome. Storo had personally seen the football games held by the people of Daionia. The rules were complicated and interesting, and the scene was intense. It was very attractive. He even thought that it was much more interesting than the bloody gladiatorial games that were held in Rome. "Why don't you go with us?" A voice came from behind. Stolo turned around and saw that it was Minus, the new Raventine City District's demo officer and the person in charge of the slum reconstruction. "It's getting late. I have to rush back for dinner," Stolo said flatly. "It's still early autumn. There are still a few hours before the sky turns dark." Menas did not hesitate to expose Storo's perfunctory words. "I think you haven't untied the knot in your heart yet. You haven't taken the initiative to adapt to the new Rome." Storo opened his mouth, but in the end he remained silent. Since Storo and Sextus were both prominent figures among the people of Rome, they had many dealings with each other and were considered good friends. So Menas, Sextus' father, spoke to Storo in the tone of an elder. "You are different from Sextus. You have a deeper relationship with the original nobles of Rome. It is said that your father is still resisting stubbornly in Saturnicum, while your father-in-law is still entrenched in Capitoline Hill. He even refused your advice to surrender. It is indeed difficult for you to be caught in the middle, but you have to make up your mind as soon as possible. Judging from the current situation, your father and father-in-law's resistance against Daionia will definitely fail. In the future, Rome will only be the Rome of the kingdom of Dionia. We have to work hard to adapt to this new change, and new change means new opportunities. For example, people like me, like Sextus, will have an easier time obtaining the public office of the kingdom that we had never thought of before. I can feel that the people of Dionia value you more. You should also be able to get a good position as a new starting point in this kingdom. In the future, you can win more rights for yourself and the people of Rome. But you have to hurry up. The opportunity won't wait for you forever. Do you see those young people from Dionia? Menes pointed at the citizens of Dionia who were leaving in groups and sighed. You must have felt it after getting along with them these days. These new people of Dionia have received a comprehensive education. Not only are they strong, but they are also intelligent. They are also better at obeying orders and know how to work together. The work they are responsible for is always completed quickly and well. How terrifying! As far as I know, their parents were once poor people in the Greek city-states like us. They were poor and ignorant, and they were illiterate. No wonder Dionia was able to conquer Rome so easily. The only advantage we have now is that we are the people of Rome. We are more familiar with the people of Rome and the surrounding Latin region than them. But once they live here for a long time and become familiar with everything here, then Menes did not continue. Seeing the slight change in Stolo's expression, he knew that Stolo understood. So he patted Stolo's shoulder gently and said solemnly, "Think about it carefully. For yourself and for the people of Rome, don't miss the opportunity." After Menes left, his words were still echoing in Stolo's mind. He walked slowly on the streets of Raventine and fell into deep thought. If it was in the past, Stolo would not have dared to be so absent-minded. The roads in the city of Rome were very bad, especially in the Raventine region. The ground was uneven, littered with garbage and dirty water. He had to be extremely careful when he walked. However, after the people of Dionia occupied the city of Rome, the new governor of Rome, Assists, ignored the ongoing war and quickly began to exercise his power. He promulgated many measures, one of the most important of which was to transform the city of Rome. He started with the Raventine region, which had the worst environmental sanitation. With the Dionia soldiers stationed in the city as the main force and the civilians of Rome as the support, he began a continuous urban transformation operation. Later, he allowed the citizens of Dionia who had migrated to Rome to join in. Today, after a month, it could be said that the transformation of the roads in the entire Raventine region was basically completed. Ancient Greece, Lord of the Mediterranean, ancient Greece, Lord of the Mediterranean. Chapter 9:27. The road surface of the neighborhood was filled and compacted. Sewers were dug on both sides, and the road was widened enough for 2 carriages to travel side by side. Walking on the road, there was a sense of security that had never been there before. The houses in the neighborhood were gradually being demolished. The reason why the houses were being demolished with great fanfare was that the civilians living in Raventine were basically assigned to houses close to the center of the city. Other than the Temple of Diana, the rest of the city was basically empty, so it was convenient for renovation. After the rubble and tiles were cleared, the houses here would be planned and rebuilt, and the previous crowded scene would no longer appear. Stolo's eyes swept across the unrecognizable neighborhood and looked at the brand new road. He could not help but sigh in his heart. The slums in the west of the city had tortured the people of Rome for 10 years. Every year, the Senate would have many debates on how to transform it, but after 10 years, it had not changed at all. However, under the rule of the people of Dionia, it had been completely changed within a month. Although they had some advantages from the war, it had to be said that the people of Dionia were indeed very decisive and efficient. They really wanted to improve the lives of the people of Rome. Recalling what Menes said, Stolo's heart did not seem to be so tangled anymore. Walking through the slums, he saw some people gathered in front of the arena in front of him. Most of them were the citizens of Dionia who had migrated here, and a small number of people from Rome. They were busy under the command of 2 priests in white robes. Stolo knew what they were busy with. It was said that the birthday of Hades, the protector of the kingdom of Dionia, the Greek god in charge of the law and the underworld, was coming soon. Every year, Delnia would hold a grand celebration for him at this time. 10 days ago, the governor of Rome, Assists, announced that Rome would also hold a celebration for Hades. Stolo did not feel much about it. Rome used to be a city-state that believed in many gods. There were many foreign gods, such as Etruscan, Sabine Woolsey, and even many new gods. However, this event not only made the citizens of Dionia who had just migrated to Rome rejoiced, but also received positive responses from the Temple of Diana and many civilians of Rome. This was a little strange. However, after careful analysis, Stolo felt that it was reasonable. As far as he knew, after the priest of Hades came to Rome, he was gentle and friendly to the civilians of Rome. He often consulted and treated them for free, and actively provided help to the people who had difficulties in life. Therefore, although the Temple of Hades had not been built in Rome, and there was only a simple altar for Hades, more and more people went to worship him. Therefore, when the people of Rome heard that the celebration for Hades was about to be held, they were very enthusiastic. According to the announcement issued by the city hall, on the day of the celebration, not only would the believers solemnly worship the Hades, but according to tradition, some of the kingdom's slaves who had performed well would also be granted freedom. More importantly, the names of the soldiers of Rome who had joined Dionia and died in the war would be engraved on a stone tablet and enshrined in the Temple of Hades. Their souls would be blessed by the king of Hades after they died. These practices naturally attracted the attention of the majority of the people of Rome and the slaves. What was more, there would be a rugby tournament after the celebration. According to the announcement, each of the demos in Rome must send a team to participate in the tournament. In addition, towns directly under the control of Dionia, such as Venus, Gabi, Fidena, and other towns would send a team to participate in the tournament. It was not hard to imagine that it would be a grand tournament. Although most of the people who participated in the tournament were citizens of Dionia who had migrated to the Latin region, there were also some Rome civilians who liked novelty and excitement. Hence, the Piazza del Mars was bustling with activity these few days. The rugby teams formed by the demos in Rome were actively training there. To be honest, even Stolo himself was a little tempted. He wanted to come to the arena to watch the game. He wanted to see how the popular rugby game in the Kingdom of Dionia would perform in an official game. Stolo stood in the distance and watched the group of people working together to erect a tall statue in front of the entrance of the arena. They then began to fix the pedestal. The statue was of a man with thick black hair and an extremely strong body. He was holding a rugby ball in his hand and making a throwing motion. The gold foil on his body shone brightly under the sunlight. Was this the Hades that the people of Dionia believed in? Although Stolo was a little curious, he did not take a closer look. He squinted his eyes for a while before he turned around and left. As he walked further, the streets became a little more crowded because most of the people passing by were carts. The carts heading east were filled with freshly harvested wheat that had basically been shelled, while the carts heading south were filled with sacks of flour. September arrived with a bountiful harvest. The citizens of Rome who had joined the kingdom of Dionia, according to the agreement they had with the city hall, harvested their newly distributed wheat. They handed over 2/3 of the harvest and kept the rest for their own use. Since the Dionysian army had occupied Rome, these farmlands were supposed to belong to the army. However, the assists had made this decision after careful consideration in order to win the hearts of the people of Rome and stabilize the order. At the same time, they also wanted to reduce the burden of food and material aid from the city hall to the citizens of Rome who had joined the Kingdom of Rome. This proposal was approved by the Devers. Not only could the citizens of Rome obtain all the harvests from their original farmlands, if they had any farmlands in the past, but they could also obtain the additional income for free. Naturally, they were overjoyed. What made them even more excited was that the fertile land would completely belong to them. They only needed to pay a small amount of land tax every year. Therefore, these days Rome and the nearby towns that were occupied by Dionia were enveloped in the joy of harvest. A few days later, the city hall once again gave the citizens of Rome a surprise. The announcement clearly told them that the city hall had funded the construction of several watermills, which were designed and built by Dionia's engineers day and night. They could grind flour for the citizens of Dionia for free. In fact, the construction of the watermills was not as time-consuming and laborious as the announcement said. The materials were ready-made. After the attack on Rome, many siege weapons were discarded. The engineers and carpenters were also ready-made. The Devers brought a team of more than 500 engineers, and this number did not include the engineering battalions of the legions. The technology was ready-made. The watermills were developed more than 10 years ago by Martyres, the deputy dean of the School of Mathematics in Dionia, and it had become a common large-scale public facility in the cities of the kingdom. The only thing that was needed was whether the administrative officials could consider all these on behalf of the people in a timely manner. Not only did Assists consider all these, but he also immediately started to implement them. Finally, the construction of the watermills was completed just after the harvest ended. Assists had served as the chief executive of many cities in the kingdom. He understood the feelings of the people. He knew that although the harvest was joyous, it was a time-consuming and laborious task to remove the husks of wheat and grind the flour. Before the emergence of the watermills, the Greek people used stone mills to grind flour. The thick stone rollers had to be pulled by horses or donkeys. In order to prevent the wind, rain, and birds from pecking at them, they had to be carried out in a relatively closed hut, and they had to be watched by someone. The constant crunching sound of the rolling stones rubbing against the stone mills was not only unbearable to the people, but also to the animals. They would refuse to work, and sometimes they would even go crazy and hurt people. Therefore, for the slaves of the rich families, guarding the mill was the biggest punishment. Therefore, Assists believed that the introduction of the watermills would deepen the recognition of the people of Rome to the kingdom of Dionia. What was a watermill? When the people of Rome saw the announcement for the first time, they were puzzled. After all, Rome was an inland city-state. It was mainly agricultural, and its trade was not developed. In the past, it had little contact with the kingdom of Dionia in the south, and the people knew even less about the outside world. It was normal that they did not know about this new invention that had been widely welcomed by the people of southern Italy. However, since the people of Dionia came to Rome, they had gradually won the trust of the people of Rome through a series of practical actions. Therefore, many people of Rome drove the pack carts filled with wheat to the riverside of the Piazza de Mars. The engineers of Dionia had inspected the river near the city of Rome and found that the Tiber River near the island of Tiberina had a faster current due to the diversion in the middle of the river. Therefore, they built a few watermills here. As a result, they were pleasantly surprised to find that this magical device could rotate continuously. Not only could it grind flour, but it was also very efficient. The quality of the flour produced was also very good. There was no need for people to stay there all the time to watch over it, and there was no need to worry about the animals getting tired. Therefore, the news quickly spread from 1 to 10, and from 10 to hundreds. The people of Rome all over the city, either carrying burdens or driving the pack carts, lined up by the riverside of the Piazza de Mars every day, just like now. The people who had just returned from the riverside of the Piazza de Mars were loudly boasting about the magic of the watermills to the people who were preparing to rush there. Some of them even opened their flour bags to show the results of their labor, which made the people even more eager to rush to the riverside. Listening to these people, the people sighed from time to time. No wonder Dionia is so powerful. Even the tool for grinding flour is so magical. Everyone seemed to be proud of the people. Stolo felt sour in his heart. He was afraid that not long after, the Rome that had raised them would be completely forgotten by them. Stolo hastened his pace home. When he arrived at the hill of Serio, his mood improved again because there were people who greeted him in a friendly manner. "Stolo, you're back so early today." Chapter 9:28. Stolo, I just baked some bread with the freshly ground flour. It's still warm. It's very fragrant. Bring a few pieces back to try. Stolo, have the houses in Allentine been demolished? I heard that the city hall is going to build bigger and better-looking houses. Is that true? Stolo, I saw some people from the city hall at your house in the afternoon. Something might have happened. Words of warmth and concern warmed Stolo's heart. Even when he was locked up in his house by the Dionia, these people still tried their best to help his family. That was why he was willing to provide them with legal help at a low price or even for free. He responded with a smile as he hastened his steps home. Stolo, you're finally back. His wife, Cornea, threw herself at him and hugged him tightly the moment he entered the house. Aren't I doing fine? What happened? Stolo caressed his wife's back and asked softly. The people from the city hall came in the afternoon. They emphasized that you must go to the city hall after you return home to see that ACI. Administrator Asters. Stolo, will something happen to you? Cornea looked at him worriedly. We've gone through the worst of it and survived it. What bad thing could happen? The experience of this period of time had turned this innocent and adorable noble wife into a frightened bird. Stolo pinched her nose and pretended to be relaxed. It's possible that the Dionia saw that I've performed well and are giving me a more important mission. Is that so? That's great. Cornea heard this and seemed to take it seriously. She said hurriedly, Stolo, go to the city hall and see the administrator. You must tell him. Can you let my mother and sister go home? Stolo was stunned. Ever since the families of the Romans who escaped to the Capitoline Hill were forced to descend the mountain. Apart from a small number of civilian families who were verified and released by the city hall, the rest of the noble families were imprisoned in the city and sent to Saturnicum to persuade the defenders to surrender. Stolo's mother-in-law was the wife of the famous senator Ambustus of Rome, and Cornea's sister's husband was the Roman general Servius, who was still leading the resistance in Saturnicum. Therefore, the city hall would not release them easily. Stolo had asked about this a few days ago, but faced with his wife's expectant gaze, he nodded and said, Okay, I'll ask the administrator. Cornea's smile blossomed like a flower as she personally served Stolo's dinner on the table. During this period of time, even at dusk, the city hall of Rome was still very busy. The allocation and transportation of food and supplies for the two armies, the distribution of land and residential arrangements for the newly migrated citizens of Dionia, the supervision of the autumn harvest and subsequent taxes, the urgent organization and preparation for the upcoming Hades celebration and the rugby match. A series of complicated and urgent administrative matters were placed in front of the assists and his subordinates, urging them to complete them day and night. So when Stolo walked into the city hall and saw the officials here working hard, he could not help but sigh. When Stolo was brought into the office of the assists had just sent off the inspector. He was almost 50 years old, and after working for a long time, it was inevitable that his back would ache. He stood up, stretched his waist, and paced back and forth in the room. When he saw Stolo come in, he signaled him to sit down while he continued to stand and talk. I heard from Manas that you've done a great job these days, especially helping the engineering team resolve several major conflicts in a timely manner. They didn't have any conflicts in the first place. It's just that there was a communication problem, Stolo said cautiously. Different customs, different ideologies, coupled with the language barrier, the inability to communicate normally has led to conflicts between the new and old citizens. This has become the most troublesome problem in maintaining order in the city of Rome. This is not a trivial matter. Assists rubbed his forehead and said solemnly, Just now, the inspector came here to complain to me, saying that there are too few citizens of Rome who can speak Greek and are illiterate to join their inspection office. This has always led to them being unable to stop and persuade both sides of the conflict when they are carrying out their tasks. Sometimes it will easily lead to greater conflicts. In the long run, it's not good for the stability of Rome. So I've decided to let you go to the inspection office. As far as I know, You used to be proficient in the laws of Rome and often defended the civilians. So I want you to go to the inspection office and follow the inspection team to deal with various disputes in the city. At the same time, you can gradually familiarize yourself with the laws of Dionia and become an inspector in the future. What do you think? Stolo did not agree immediately. He pondered for a while and hesitated before saying tentatively, I heard that Dionia also has a position called Protector, which can help the people fight for their rights and protect their interests. I want to take this position in the future. Protector. Mayor Assists was slightly surprised and advised, You may not be clear, but the Protector of Dionia is very different from the previous Protector of Rome. As far as I know, the Protector of Rome is a major way for the civilians to enter the upper echelons of the city-state, and they can even sit in the Senate. The Protector of Dionia seems to have more power. He can sue officials of all levels, including the governor like me, and even the senators. He can also meet the king and point out the shortcomings of a certain law. However, once you become the Protector of Dionia, it means that you can't inherit other administrative positions in the future, and you'll be cut off from the political arena of the kingdom. This is to ensure the independence of the Protector and not be influenced by the administrative officials. Therefore, the Protectors of Dionia are basically the citizens of Dionia who have no intention of developing in the political arena but want to do something for the people. Most of them are middle-aged and elderly. Almost no young citizens who want to make a difference want to become a protector. Stolo did not know much about the details of the Protector of Dionia. He was a little stunned when he heard this. Assists looked at him and more or less understood some of his thoughts, so he continued, In fact, you can rest assured that the kingdom of Dionia treats all the races in the country equally and will not deliberately be biased. Of course, if you really want to do something for the people of Rome, you can serve as an inspector or a judge, make outstanding political achievements, and become a senator in the future. Only then can you truly defend some of the rights and interests of the citizens of Rome of Dionia in the Senate. As far as I know, you are good friends with Sextus. He has made many military achievements and has been appointed as a captain. It is very likely that in a few years he will become the head of the Rome Legion. He may even become a senator of Dionia before the age of 40. Are you willing to accept this? Stolo was shocked. Seeing the sudden change in Stolo's expression, Assists knew that his words had an effect. He walked back to his desk and sat down again. This matter concerns your future in the kingdom. Go back and think about it. Give me an answer in 2 days. I've asked you to come here because there's something more important I need you to do. Speaking of this, Assists looked straight at Stolo and said in a deep voice, I have just received a battle report from His Majesty. The garrison of Saturnicum has surrendered. Stolo was shocked. He could not help but ask, The garrison of Saturnicum has surrendered? Not only Saturnicum has surrendered, but Villette has also surrendered just a day later. Assist's words gave Stolo another heavy blow. He was stunned on the spot. Although he did not agree to go to Saturnicum to persuade them to surrender, he knew his father and Camillus well. He thought that even if they were at a disadvantage, they would still resist to the end. He did not expect them to surrender. As soon as Saturnicum surrendered, Rome's resistance disappeared. Rome had no chance of recovering. Assist saw Stolo sitting on the wooden chair with an uncertain expression. He coughed softly and said, Although you were rejected the last time you went to Capitoline Mountain to persuade them to surrender, I hope you can go there again. But I want you to go up again. I think the surrender of Camillus' army will have some effect on them on the mountain. After a while, Stolo replied weakly, I will try my best, but I have a few questions. Speak. Stolo asked eagerly, Is my father okay? Assists pondered for a while and said solemnly, I don't want to lie to you, but you must swear to God that you will not leak what I say. Only then will I tell you. Stolo looked at Assists in surprise, then swore to Jupiter. In fact, there was a plague in Saturnicum. The generals of Rome had no choice but to. Before Assists could finish, Stolo screamed in shock. What? Plague. He immediately covered his mouth with his hand, but his hand was trembling uncontrollably. Assists immediately comforted him. The plague may be the most terrifying disease in Rome, but our Dionia's medical science is advanced, and we have a deep understanding of how to treat the plague. His Majesty is gathering doctors to treat the sick soldiers. I believe many will recover in half a month. Stolo calmed down a little, then asked eagerly, "Then did my father? Did he?" Assist said calmly, "Your father has been infected and is receiving treatment in a camp near Saturnicum. I suggest you not visit him now to avoid contracting the plague." Also, before the garrison of Saturnicum surrendered, Camillus had already died. Oh, and your brother-in-law, Servius, has also been infected. Ancient Greece, Lord of the Mediterranean, ancient Greece, Lord of the Mediterranean. Chapter 9:29. Can my father and the others really be cured? Stolo asked worriedly. There was doubt in his voice, but more than that, there was hope. Assists continued to comfort him. Since you have been studying Greek culture and knowledge since you were young, you may know that the most famous plague doctor in Greece, Hippocrates, is now in Turiae. Although he is old and did not follow the army to Latin this time, many of the doctors accompanying the army are his students. They will do their best to save your father and the other Roman soldiers who have been infected by the plague. And you people in Rome often say that the plague is a seed sown by the god of death. Our patron of Dionia, Hades, is the lord of the underworld, and his majesty the Devers is his descendant. Since the Roman army has surrendered to us, his majesty will definitely give them the blessings of Hades. Stolo calmed down a little and suddenly remembered something. He asked, "My lord, my wife's mother and sister are still imprisoned. May I ask, what will happen to them?" Assists thought for a moment and said, "Since Servius has surrendered, his wife will follow him to settle in other parts of the kingdom. Of course, Servius will have to survive the plague first. As for your wife's mother, if Ambustus also surrenders, they will also settle in other parts of the kingdom. But if your father-in-law refuses to surrender, according to the current decree of the kingdom, your mother-in-law will be classified as a slave of the kingdom. However, she will have you and Servius as her son-in-law. That will depend on whether she wants to live with your family or Servius' family in the future. I will go up the mountain tomorrow to persuade my father-in-law," Stolo said decisively. The next day, Ambustus watched Stolo's back as he staggered down the mountain. 2 lines of tears flowed down his old cheeks. A hand was placed on his shoulder. "What? Do you regret it?" Ambrosius wiped away his tears and turned to look at Potatus. He shook his head and said, "I don't regret it. I'm just a little unwilling." When Potatus heard that, he was silent for a while. Then he pointed at the foot of the mountain with his walking stick and said in a low voice, "Sigh, think about Alba Longa and Venus that we destroyed. In my opinion, every race and force has to go through a process from weak to strong and from strong to weak. Today it's Rome. One day it will be Dionia's turn, Lord Potatus. It seems like you're not satisfied either." Ambustus sighed and looked back at the solemn temple of Jupiter. His face was shrouded in a layer of doubt. "I just didn't expect that the one who dealt us the final blow was not the people of Dionia, but the plague. It took the life of our dictator and destroyed the morale of our soldiers. Is this the punishment that Jupiter gave to Rome? So there's no need for this temple to exist anymore. Who asked Jupiter to give up Rome?" Maruginans walked over with a face full of resentment. He reminded them, "Sirs, everything is ready. We should enter the temple." Potatus and Ambustus looked at each other with determination in their eyes. "Since everything is ready, let's go in." "Sirs," Scipio the Great, who was following behind Maruginans, said, "some of my soldiers don't want to leave quietly. They prefer to fight their way down the mountain and die under the enemy's spears." Potatus furrowed his wrinkled eyebrows. "Haven't we already discussed this matter? Since we've already failed, let's not provoke the Dionians for no reason, lest they vent their anger on our families. Your Excellency Scipio, your soldiers are still very young. If anyone is willing to surrender, just let them go down the mountain, Ambustus suggested. Scipio the Great looked solemn. They are the true warriors of Rome. No one will choose to surrender. Half an hour later, the senators of Rome gathered in the main hall of the Temple of Jupiter. Hundreds of Roman soldiers either stayed in the back hall or sat in the courtyard. Potitus looked around at the more than 100 senators of Rome crowded in the main hall. They had been trapped on the mountain for a few months. In the end, they ran out of food and water. So, not only were they emaciated and covered in dust, but their clothes were also tattered. They did not look like the vigorous and imposing manner they used to have in the Senate. But at this moment, they were all sitting upright, looking solemn, making the already solemn Temple of Jupiter look even more solemn. Only Apuleius, who had just been released from the back hall, was lying on the ground with his back hunched, his lips moving nonstop. Finally, Potitus looked at Marugenins next to him and said in a deep voice, "You will say the last words." Marugenins smiled freely. "I have been fighting with you for decades, and this is the first time you are being modest to me. Forget it, I am used to it. You can do it, but when we go to another place, I will not give in to you again." Potitus nodded silently, then looked at the crowd and said solemnly, "My lords, 20 years ago, when the Celts attacked the city of Rome, Belerius, Vibius, Titus, Emilius, and the other Senate ancestors blocked the way into the city and sacrificed their lives bravely. Today, Rome has fallen again. We must not let down the prestige of the senators of Rome and the nobles of Rome. In order to defend the city that our ancestors had gone through countless hardships to build, we will sacrifice our lives. Even if Rome no longer exists in the future, our heroic deeds will be remembered and sung by future generations. At the same time, we will constantly remind future generations that in the center of Italy, in the Latin region, on the banks of the Tiber River, there used to be a great city called Rome." When the senators heard Potitus' words, they subconsciously raised their heads and sat up straighter. Their eyes that were originally filled with despair were now filled with vigor. After Potitus finished speaking, he slowly looked at his colleagues with an encouraging gaze. Then he glanced at them one by one. First it was Marugenins, then Ambrosius, then High Priest Ulysses, and finally old Senator Licinius. Potitus slowly sat down and gently put down his crutch. He flicked the dust off his clothes, closed his eyes, and said in a deep voice, "Light the fire!" There was a moment of silence in the hall. Scipio the Great shouted, "Light the fire!" The soldiers outside the hall seemed to have woken up from a dream and threw the torches in their hands at the temple that had been splashed with olive oil. In an instant, the temple was set ablaze. Apuleius, who was originally lying on the ground, seemed to have been awakened by the fire. He jumped up, picked up a small stone from the corner, and threw it at the tall statue in the middle of the hall. With a paw sound, it hit Jupiter's head. Ha! 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 Apuleius laughed loudly and stomped his feet at the same time. "Damn Jupiter!" he cursed. "Damn Camillus! Damn Rome! Ha ha ha! Damn Rome!" Apuleius's crazy laughter and the screams of the senators and soldiers became the last echo of the fire on top of Capitoline Mountain. The self-immolation of the senators and soldiers of Rome meant that the resistance of Rome had completely disappeared, other than the nobles and their families who had surrendered in Rome, and a few civilians like Storlo who were sad. Most of the civilians only felt sorry for the burning of the main Latin temples of Jupiter and Juno. They even cursed that these self-immolating senators destroyed the temples on top of Capitoline Mountain just to prevent the civilians from worshipping them. Of course, the arrival of the celebration of Hades quickly dissipated their frustration. Although the celebration in Rome was held in a hurry, the large-scale theatrical performance about the establishment of Dionia in the square was temporarily transferred from the Dionysian army stationed in Rome and lacked professional training. Not only were they poorly dressed, but the performance was also full of mistakes. However, it was the first time that the people of Rome had seen such a large-scale performance, and they found it very interesting. After that, in front of the simple altar of Hades, under the leadership of the priest, the believers performed a pious sacrifice to the Greek Pluto. After that, the priest solemnly announced, "From now on, Hades will protect the city of Rome." The cheers of the believers did not move the onlookers of Rome. But then they saw a huge stone tablet engraved with the names of the reserve troops of Rome who died for Dionia. The soldiers of Dionia in full military uniform carried it to the altar. The priest blessed it and announced, "When the temple is completed, the stone tablet will be carried into the hall of Valhalla to receive the worship of the people of Rome. Their souls will continue to guard Rome." This move shocked the people of Rome. Many people who had lost their loved ones shed tears. In the afternoon, in front of the altar of Hades, the governor of Rome, Assists, read out the order signed by the king of Devers in the name of Hades, granting freedom to many slaves of Rome who had performed well during this period. The freed slaves cheered and thanked Hades and the king of Devers loudly. At the same time, many slaves who heard the news were looking forward to joining the new kingdom. On the second day, the football match began. The curious people of Rome, some Vikings and Phrygians, poured into the arena with their families. Soon, they were attracted by the game. Although the teams were basically composed of most of the newly migrated citizens of Dionia and a few of the people of Rome, and the level of competition was not high, it was novel and exciting enough for the people of Rome who were watching the game for the first time.